Very good morning. Hope all of you have had your breakfast here in our canteen. Those who have not, you can have still tea, coffee or breakfast and come. We will be waiting for outside students who are getting ready in our guest house. So once they all come, we will start the session. Okay. Meanwhile, how many of you are engineering students? Do you have any experience in drone? Not, right? What are your expectations and how we can meet your expectations? Please give your feedback after the sessions or during valedictory program. So it will be helpful for us to improve further in future programs also. And also I request all of you to follow our social media accounts, including WhatsApp channel of KST Academy. So you will be getting notifications of the upcoming programs as well. Okay. Thank you. Bharat, voice is audible. Is it okay? We have to increase further. Mic testing. Mic testing. Okay. QR code for. If you search KST Academy, it will come, but QR code I will try to share it. Yeah, I will try to print and near reception I will get it ready. Audio ಸರಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
We have with us child prodigy Venkat Raman Patnaik with us. He knows a lot about space science and technology. Let me introduce Mr. Venkat Raman Patnaik, is a space enthusiast, tech speaker, NASA citizen scientist, podcaster of Space Pod and Microsoft Technology Associate in Java, Python, HTML, CSS, JavaScript and database SQL, passionate about avionics, telemetry, human space flight, space suits and propulsion. Very much interested in space science and technology. He knows a lot about space science and technology. I would like to interview him on this occasion. Welcome, Mr. Venkatraman. What is your age, Mr. Venkatraman?
I'm currently 10, so
In which standard are you studying?
I'm studying 6th.
What are your hobbies?
I do multiple things like swimming, badminton, chess.
Now let us know how you became interested in space science and technology.
I was interested about it because it was basically a field that I didn't new to, and I saw India's mission to the moon. I was fascinated that we could even go to the moon, something that we could pretty much dream of. So I went into it and I started watching it. It was the landing phase and it elevated to that 2 o'clock, 2:30, and then my father instructed me to go to sleep and that he would notify me in the morning. I woke up and I felt that my father didn't see anything. I didn't get any cover. I didn't get to know him. So I started to search more about it on Google and got to learn more about why and how it feels. In fact, I still grateful to any signal for coming back. Unfortunately, nothing occurred from it. So I started learning about why and how it feels and what were the effects of that mission. I started to learn more about moon at the same time, more about previous missions to the moon, how Chandrayaan-1 would help find water and food. It was a pretty interesting story, and it's like my origin, my birthplace. From there, I started in space science, and it was very interesting to learn.
See, space science and technology understanding requires a lot of engineering and technical intricacies are also there. How could you pick up and assimilate?
Of course, there's technicalities and technical understanding, and I understand about that, but I really wanted to first start from the basics and fundamentals. In case I didn't understand, I needed a mentor. And finding a mentor in my area was very hard. It's very hard to find any mentor in our area, so we have to look for online people and online courses I took from multiple platforms to learn more about space. And on the engineering part, coming to that, I took multiple courses, one from the XMIT, which was about engineering spaceship. So it was a very interesting course. I got to learn more about the technicalities, and I started to basically do courses and online resources that help to these concepts because, as I said, it's quite hard to find a mentor like space program, organized clinical research. They were looking for an asteroid hunt program and encourage students along with NASA to do the asteroid hunt citizen science program. So usually NASA puts up to multiple academies so that their students or individuals in that can attend for this program, who uses the asteroid hunt program to take a look at the map, reading the map, X-ray and gravity, asteroid, and moving object. So once I figured out the market, see market, I would then track it, mark it, send it to organizers, and then they will confirm it with NASA. They use actual telescope imaging and finding out that it is a correct.
Like every student would like to become a citizen scientist like you, so which website they should search?
So it's pretty easy. They can go for NASA, they can go for any type of student organization, committee that is affiliated with space science along with NASA. And search on NASA websites to listen to travelers, to younger kids and college level kids too. And not only that, they can go for IAC, ISAC, and we will also do updates on research and science.
Is there any specific time or any time it is available?
There is a specific time to June, September. It will depend on the organization.
ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಬ್ಲೂಟೂತ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಚಿಂತಾಮಣಿ ಕೈದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮುಂಬೈದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಬ್ಲೂಟೂತ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇದು ಮುಂಬೈನಿಂದ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಕೂತು
With advances in technology, robotic automation is transforming the way we live and work, our efficiency and our safety levels. It is set to become the driving technology underpinning a whole new generation of autonomous devices that could provide the missing link between the digital and the physical world. How is India going to make this transition? How do we stay globally competitive and switch to smart manufacturing? What new science and innovation will power growth in this sector? Do we have the technology and know-how to be self-sufficient in this arena? Robotics is already a driver of competitiveness and flexibility in large-scale manufacturing industries. It improves worker prosperity by decreasing the time spent on exhausting, repetitive undertakings. Secondly, it improves the nature of work done as mechanical robotization infers a decrease in human blunder. The number of robots in use worldwide has multiplied threefold over the past 2 decades to 2.25 million according to a June 2019 report by Oxford Economics. Trends suggest the global stock of robots will multiply even faster in the next 20 years, reaching as many as 20 million by 2030. Robots are quickly moving out of controlled environments into homes and public spaces. In fact, researchers are also developing artificial intelligence systems that will allow robots to make decisions autonomously. Despite the fact that India has just 3 robots for each 10,000 specialists, the homegrown mechanical technology industry is developing at a remarkable rate. After the start of Made in India 2.0, many companies have come forward with their innovative ideas for robotics. One such company is Gridbots. Gridbots is an Ahmedabad-based company that was established in 2007. The company works in the field of robotics, specifically artificial intelligence and machine vision. The company develops robots that can be used in the industry for a variety of applications like dimension measurement, sorting and grading. Such robots are also used in outdoor work, such as surveillance in different kinds of terrain. They are capable of planning and navigating autonomously because of an inbuilt engine called the Grid Eye. Let's see what a Grid Eye engine is. The robot is able to process inputs from a range of sensors and cameras and can then plan out effective responses and actions, which include managing safety standards.
Grid Eye engine is the outcome of 15 years of research in the field of robotics, machine vision, artificial intelligence. We have been using multiple sensor speeds like 2D cameras, 3D cameras, LiDARs, molecular cameras, stereo cameras, and trying to build an algorithm which can help a machine perceive its environment the way a human being does.
How exactly does this work? There is an algorithm that helps the robotic device assess the environment, and collate data from it. The data is then sent to the processing engine, which filters out the required data and processes them at a very high speed. Based on the data, the robot undertakes the task. The processor has a high level of accuracy that helps these robots to work efficiently and safely.
First of all, you have to identify multiple objects which are present in the video and then segment them, how exactly they are positioned in 3D coordinate system, and then take actions. This has to be done in a fraction of second, which becomes very challenging for today's hardware without a very good algorithm or software running on its code. With Grid Eye, we have been able to solve this problem. Today, most of our robots are being powered with Grid Eye engine, which helps our robot to work in the industry the way the human being or a human level works.
The team at Gridbots create robots, designing them to suit a customer's specific requirements. With indigenous research and manufacturing capabilities, Gridbots has deployed robots for almost all segments of industry and is targeting international markets. Some of the sectors where our robots are being operational are glass, solar glass industry, manufacturing industry, food industry, pharma industry, electronics manufacturing industry, and warehousing. What defines the company is their research and development. About 80% of their revenue goes to R&D. The robots made by Gridbots are economical, costing a fifth of those available in the market.
You need to have an edge over your competitor. That edge can only come with a dedicated research, in-house research, which has to be there with every industry. These industries should be investing a lot in the research and ensuring that their products or their services or their technologies are way ahead of their closest competitors. That is the only way to survive and to grow with this vision of Atmanirbhar.
Gridbots helps a lot of different industries by providing robotic solutions and machine vision that increases efficiency, working speed, and helps clients reach goals in a time-bound manner.
For first, the Gridbots are going to visit our factory or a warehouse, the engineering visited, and then they coming up with a solution. They elaborate that they have the system which is capable to automatically transfer the material, and the robotic arm also capable to pick the material from the ground also like some height.
Around 90% of their work is for the government. Their customers include the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Indian Navy, ONGC, ISRO, IIT Gandhinagar, etc. Apart from making robots for different applications, Gridbots also works on machine vision systems, in which they make various products under different categories. A range of inspection systems, including glass inspection, welding inspection, fabric inspection, and 3D
global markets we know that there are big players already established. What we are talking about is the volume first, the quality of the product second. And when we are talking about quality of the products, at that point of time, it is necessary that we need to switch the traditional way of working and adapt ourselves to something which is taking care of the quality, the volume, autonomously. And automation is the way to go.
After the break, another cutting-edge Indian startup that created robots that help in hospitals during the COVID pandemic. Robots that help in the service industry. What technology powers these robots? Keep watching to find out. We have seen how robots can be used in various industries. Today, there are also a host of service robots who are engineered to automate menial, time-consuming, or repetitive tasks, thereby releasing human workers to accomplish more intellectual functions. These can be used anywhere from hospitals to hospitality. Asimov Tech, a Kochi-based company, has been manufacturing various robots since 2012. Their vision is to use technological and software innovation to make certain sectors safer, more efficient, by increasing the quality of service. They have created robots that can assist humans by taking care of day-to-day jobs in sectors like healthcare, retail, hospitality, and security. Most of the robots that the team at Asimov developed have been created to work alongside humans. They can coexist and cooperate. They also have to exist with each other in case of robots.
Science behind this technology is primarily, if you look at the mechanics, the hardware of the robot, it is kinematics and dynamics. Primarily, this lecture talks about how much freedom a robot requires of doing a job. So then we will design a robot accordingly. What is the task and what is the requirement of dexterity for that task, and then we will design the robot.
Let's explore some of Asimov's robots. They have service robots that are used mainly in inter- or intra-departmental logistics. For example, small robots can carry heavy items to be delivered at a distant place within the organization. There are robots for contactless delivery and some that look like humans and take care of the hospitality. They have collaborative and cooperative robots who work together, performing various functions in different settings. The human aid robots work alongside humans, tracking the environment with the help of sensors and collating information to respond to queries. You can see them operational in the front office, greeting customers, printing visiting pass for customers, and answering FAQs.
Visa Bank introduced this robotic 2 years back, and basically we focus for the customer service. And those customers coming to the lobbies, they can have different questions, different doubts. Those things they can able to answer through this robotic process. And that also helps from my staff also to serve the customers better. In certain customers, the robotic help us to move to which count they should go. So the customers will be getting the joy of better service through the robotic process.
These robots also have the capability of ensuring COVID-19 protocols like taking body temperature, checking for face masks, dispensing hand sanitizer and sensors, and ensure social distancing inside the bank premise. The hardware of these robots is created using kinematics, which is the study of all the possible motions of a robot. Each robot has multiple sensors like radars, proximity sensors, 3D twin cloud, thought cameras, and GPS, all fused so that the robot is able to compute its trajectory. For example, in the case of a logistics robot, autonomous navigation is used to control movement from point A to point B, understand the floor plan, and avoid dynamic obstacles in warehouses. When it comes to manipulation, kinematics is used to compute where the robot has to go. ways of executing a task, and determining the end effect of the job at hand. A lot of math is used to plan these functions. Most of the robots at Assemble use AI or artificial intelligence for functionality. Without AI, a robot is just a framework with some electronics. For navigation, sensor fusion and AI is used to decide the best trajectory. Front office robots that interact with humans use natural language processing and face recognition, both of which are AI-powered functions. This helps them navigate numerous interactions. Each robot is also engineered to be self-planning, so it can optimize the performance in the long run. While previously India was regarded just a stronghold in math and software engineering, countries like China were the helm of manufacturing industry. However, with the introduction of robotic trends in India's manufacturing industries, many key functions are being filled through robotics and automation to increase the productivity manyfold.
If you look at the industry, you take an example of manufacturing industry, you can see that every day the requirement is changing. If you look at the automotive manufacturing industry, you can see that there will be a facelift. Every day the model is different, functionality will be added. So to address that, we can only do it with the help of Industry 4.0 revolution, which is a connected manufacturing environment, where robotics is a key enabler. It is not ordinary robot which was there earlier, which is working inside the workshop, but this robot is actually going to cooperate with human beings. Today's robots are capable of doing that. So that is actually going to revolutionize the manufacturing industry and increase productivity and quality. So thereby definitely the economy will be getting benefited.
Robotics can clearly play a big role in India's self-sufficiency journey. After the break, a unique enterprise that designs robots that takes us underwater. Why is this such a big area of work? How do we create robots that can man underwater functions? All this and more right after this break. An interesting space where robots are now being used a lot is in underwater applications. Underwater robots can play an important role in the offshore oil and gas industry, the defense sector, maritime research and rescue, oceanographic research, underwater archaeology, and environmental monitoring. Underwater robotics is making exploration cheaper and more accessible. However, this market has been largely untapped in India, with little or no technological developments to explore the potential. However, in the past recent years, there has been some work done in the area of underwater technology, with several Indian startups coming forward with scientific innovations to push India's marine robotics. One such company is Chennai-based Planus Technologies. This technology startup provides underwater robotic inspection and survey solutions using indigenously manufactured remotely operated vehicles, or ROVs. Started by a group of innovators at IIT Madras in 2015, Planus is the first and currently the only original equipment manufacturer of ROVs in the Indian subcontinent.
If you look at the Indian coastline, that's around 7,500 kilometers, which is a huge potential for a country like India to venture out in the open ocean and make use of the resources that are there in terms of economic exploitation as well as in terms of defense capability. Driven by these two motivations, we started Planus with a goal to build underwater tech that can be used for beginning with underwater inspection. It can be taken to defense and other economic sectors as well.
Planus technology doesn't just make devices for underwater mapping, but provides start-to-finish solutions for any of these customers. These solutions are powered by 4 core elements: an so that there is ease of operation at any time. These drones have the capability to reach a depth of 100 to 120 meters, carrying different kinds of payloads and sensors, with the ability to operate in different kinds of environments. Data capturing techniques. The key value in all these operations is the data that is captured. The data is accessible on a digitized reporting platform. Data representation platform. This is where all the data is displayed and recorded for further processing. Planis has the first of its kind AI-enabled data representation platform. And finally, a skilled operator team. A skilled operator team have been trained for several years to operate a remotely operated vehicle, ROV, in different kinds of environments like open waters, offshore, confined spaces. The operator team is trained to operate, get the right data, and present it in the right format to the client so that data-driven decision-making is much more feasible than it was earlier.
One of the fundamental challenges that Planis noticed in the market was misorganization of data, or in some cases no organization at all, which is a significant limiting factor for any asset owner in making decisions, making data-driven decisions. Our data organization platform organizes the data, stores it for long-term users, and also provides meaningful interpretation that helps the decision making easier and allows comparison of various perspectives, and thus ensuring that the right decisions are taken at the right time.
So how exactly does the team put together these robotic solutions? They conduct a site visit where state-of-the-art methods are used to understand environmental conditions, structural conditions, and methodology to retrieve data for the client. This information is used to configure an ROV and its systems, the payloads and the sensors. The appropriate launch and recovery method is deployed, and the operator is steered to the right location where the inspection has to be carried out. Once the ROV reaches the location, the client is also invited to witness the inspection in live conditions. Then the data is recorded, the same routine is repeated till all the required data is collected. The team brings back the data to process, filter, and streamline it. It is then uploaded on the digital reporting dashboard. Planis is currently working in different sectors such as offshore, nearshore, and onshore. Offshore projects include inspection of jacket platforms, offshore gas structures, single buoy moorings, SBMs. In nearshore sector, Planis provides tech solutions for ports, harbor, jetties, terminals, and the oil and gas and shipping industry. In the civil sector or onshore sector, they inspect dams, irrigation channels, bridges, and also the working in the processing industry for the inspection of pipelines and storage tanks. Planis now has products with specific types of ROVs for different applications. These include a special series of pipeline inspection, tank inspections, and open water inspections. Planis has a complete in-house team that engineers, manufactures, assembles, tests, and runs the product. The raw materials, the components, the devices, majority of them are made by Planis or obtained from other local players and very occasionally imported. The company's goal has been to not just develop products in India, but also to take them across the globe. Planis has been able to push scientific innovation that has brought India on the map for marine robotics and underwater surveillance. Planis technology is currently operating not just in India, but 4 different geographies, including the Middle East, Singapore, and Europe.
I think the Partner vision is an excellent initiative. We believe that it is driving a change in the way key decision makers in India think about usage and deployment of technology in day-to-day applications in different industries. formed companies or products that are developed and integrated, which is a very key motivating factor for startups and small companies like us.
Science and technology in new areas like this can push India's development in the global arena. Institutions, both in public and private spaces, that emphasize scientific innovations can push our economy and propel our journey.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಶುಭೋದಯಗಳು. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಒನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್. ನೌ ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟುಡೇಸ್ ಚೀಫ್ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ Dr. H. Honnegoda sir and Dr. M. Ramesh sir, Anand sir and Gatgi, please come on to the dais. Before starting this wonderful session, I request all of you, please stand up for Nadagite. Thank you. Now we are playing KSTA Gita, written by famous lyricist Professor Dodrangegoda and composed by playback singer M.D. Pallavi. Now I request our senior scientific officer Dr. Ananda to welcome the dignitaries and all of you to this wonderful program.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. We are here for inauguration of 3-day national workshop on basics of real-world applications of unmanned aerial vehicles and drones. We are fortunate to have Dr. H. Onnegowda, former Special Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka, and presently CEO Multiplex Drone Private Limited, Bengaluru, who will be inaugurating this workshop. Dr. H. Onnegowda, sir, has obtained his doctoral degree in aquatic biology from College of Fisheries, University of Agricultural Sciences, Bengaluru. Sir joined the Indian Space Research Organization, Government of India as scientist SD in the year 1991. Later, he was deputed to Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center, Government of Karnataka. Under his leadership, Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center grew and recognized as the best GIS and remote sensing center in the country. He was also responsible for initiating MTech course in geoinformatics for engineering graduates in association with Visvesvaraya Technology University and Survey of India in 2005. He contributed immensely for popularization of science and technology in the state. He is recognized as an institutional builder. He has contributed immensely to build many institutions across the state, right from conceptualization, implementation and development. Under his guidance, 24 science centers, 6 state-of-the-art planetariums, and 8 mini resource science centers are established across the state. Also, he is the man behind the establishment and development of Karnataka Science and Technology Academy, Karnataka State Science and Technology Promotion Society, Vision Group on Science and Technology, Vision Group on Nanotechnology, and also Science Gallery Bengaluru. Besides his multiple responsibilities in the government, he involved himself in the field of research by guiding MTech and PhD students. He has published more than 50 research papers in both national and international journals of repute, as well as presented papers in national and international conferences. Noted award includes Rashtriya Ekta Award, Citation for Excellence, Kempegowda Award in 2007, UGIT Excellency Award. He was also an honorary fellow of Karnataka Science and Technology Academy. With this background, on behalf of all the participants and on my personal behalf, I welcome you, sir. In this inaugural function, we have our beloved CEO, Dr. M. Ramesh, who is supporting, guiding, and encouraging us in all the KSTF programs. I, on behalf of all the participants and on my personal behalf, I welcome you, sir. I welcome our resource experts, Dr. Chintamani Pai, Adjunct Faculty, Kumaraguru College of Technology, Coimbatore, to this inaugural function. I welcome Mr. Vishnu and Mr. Kashyap, Space Geeks, Trilojana Aerospace Defense and Technology Private Limited, Mumbai. I welcome all the dignitaries present in the August gathering. I also welcome all my colleagues and all those who are directly or indirectly involved in this program. I extend a warm welcome to print and visual media for this program. I welcome all the participants and those witnessing this program through social media platform. Welcome one and all.
Indeed, welcome you, sir, and once again welcome you all of you. Now I request today's guest, Dr. H. Honnegoda, sir. Please formally inaugurate this workshop by watering the plant and other dignitaries on the dais. Please give big round of applause. Sir, Doordarshan. Now I request our beloved former director, Honnegoda sir, please give the inaugural address.
Our guest of honor, Dr. Chintamani, the CEO of Karnataka Science and Technology Academy, and my good friend Dr. Ramesh, Scientific Officer Dr. Anand, Umesh Gauti, Srinivas, all the KSTA staffs, distinguished resource persons, invitees, guests, good morning everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Ramesh and his team for taking a lead to organize this first of its kind workshop in Karnataka Science and Technology Academy. You have seen the growth of the space technology. Today it is revolutionizing in many applications. To complement and supplement the space technology, there is another technology which is growing at a breakneck speed, that is the drone technology. The drone, which is basically an unmanned aircraft, being operated without sitting on the aircraft. That's why it is called unmanned spacecraft. And it is being now today used for many applications across the globe. Okay, the growth of this drone has really seen and impacted in the last 5 years, perhaps due to the technological changes which you have seen. And the second aspect is actually easing of the policy by the Government of India, by the Director General of Civil Aviation. Until 2021, the guidelines were very strict. It was not allowed to fly the drone so easily. But today, a lot of things have been, freedom has been given. The entire India has been classified into 3 broader zones. It's like a red zone, where it is not allowed to fly. In fact, in my talk, I will be talking on that actually. The yellow zone, again, where with some restriction, and some places without, with restriction, it is allowed to fly. And in the green zone, almost 90% of our country comes under the green zone, where you can fly the drone up to an extent of, say, up to 400 feet from the ground. That is the kind of permission now they have been given by the Civil Aviation Ministry through the DGCA, Director General of Civil Aviation. And the Government of India, particularly, they are giving a lot of emphasis for the development of the drone. Now today, the drones import from other countries has been banned. And again, a lot of, under the Atmanirbhar Yojana, a lot of incentives are being given for production of the drones, as well as purchase of drones by the people, like by the farmer, the agriculture graduates, even to the government research and development organization. A lot of incentives have been given for that, which I will cover in my talk actually. And also almost 20% incentives are being given for the manufacturing of the drone under the production linked incentives. This is one thing. The second thing is actually that the agriculture universities can get up to 10 lakh incentives. The drone might cost, depending on the size, anywhere between 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs. In fact, up to 10 lakhs, they get incentives for the agriculture universities, research and development organizations, and KVKs, Krishi Vijnana Kendras. This is another important thing actually. The next one is actually, if you look at the growth of this industry, as I said, from 2021, in 2021 actually, there are only 150 startups actually in India in the drone manufacturing and this. Today we have more than 251 in just 1 year. In 22 statistics I'm talking about. There are more than 221, maybe around 250 now. So much importance has been given for the development of the drone industry. Today you name anything, the drone can be used for a variety of applications. Our imagination or the limitation in finding out the application for in case of the drone. That's why a lot of importance has been given, particularly for the agriculture, which I will be covering in my talk actually. That's why I won't get into that. This is one thing. And today, in fact, the drone industry is maybe around 60, 80 crores in terms of the purchase of drones. Maybe in another 2 to 3 years, they are projecting it is going to be something like 900 crores. And in terms of the services, the drone being used for various applications, they project something like 30,000 crores by 2000, maybe another 2027, 28. And expected that about 1 billion rupees by 2030 in Indian market. And that's why today, India is one of the global, third best global market for drones. And India wants to become the global hub by 2030. And if you look at the international scenario, today the drone industry is something like actually about $22 billion. By 2030, it is expected that it is going to be $77 billion at an annual growth rate of anywhere between 11%. In some say it is 25% actually. It varies from one report to another report. So with this actually, I would like to end my talk because I have an urgent one online call. So that's the reason actually I'll come back and continue my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful address. Now I request today's guest of honor, Dr. Chintamani Pai, Adjunct Faculty, Kumaraguru College of Technology, Coimbatore, to address the gathering.
Very good morning, everyone. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here in the state of Karnataka, the state of intellectuals, and for me, my models are Professor C.V. Raman, India's only Nobel laureate who has, given Nobel laureate to the Nobel Prize to this country, being in India, and Sir Vishweshwaraya, Bharat Ratna Vishweshwaraya. And so, though I am from Maharashtra, I always looked at Karnataka, with a very great pride that what they have given to this country cannot be forgotten. And especially in the field of science and technology, the way ISRO has taken its birth from IISc, that too Professor C.V. Raman has contributed, and that is how Dr. Vikram Sarabhai and Dr. Homi Bhabha, they actually started working on space and in the domain of nuclear physics. So it's a great, I feel it's a very fortunate moment to be here, and I thank Director Ramesh Sir, KSTA, for organizing this great event. And I think I also consider myself as a student, and I feel there are lots of opportunities for youngsters, professionals, enthusiasts in drone technology. And as Onegoda Sir has already pointed out, that as India is aiming at becoming drone hub by 2030. I think it's not just for science and engineering students, but also for enthusiasts, professionals, to contribute to drone technology. And there are lots of things to be developed. And we are giving our best efforts in this workshop so that we can give you the glimpse of what drone technology can offer, how it is connected in our regular daily lives. In fact, the way drone technology started in US, Amazon had a plan that all of us we know with the Amazon app that the drone technology will be used for the logistic purpose, for the delivery of goods. But so far, it has not been fully implemented. And so there are advantages, there are challenges, and as long as there are challenges, it will require expertise of youngsters, senior researchers, scientists, professionals, enthusiasts. And I think with that overlap, lots of things can be contributed. So I think with this platform, we have opportunity to interact, collaborate, and I think students have opportunity to create opportunity around you. That's what drone technology is all about. So I think with that, I thank KSTA for organizing such an event. Thank you.
Thank you, Chintamani sir, for your inspirational address. Now I request our source of inspiration, the man behind this 3 days national workshop, Dr. A.M. Ramesh sir, Chief Executive Officer of KSTA, to give the presidential address.
Good morning, everybody. And once again, welcome to Karnataka Science and Technology Academy for this 3-day workshop on drones and UAVs. Respected Onegoda sir, Mr. Pai, Dr. Pai, Dr. Balkrishna sir, Dr. Anand, Dr. Umesh, Mr. Srinivas, and all the participants from Bangalore and elsewhere. In fact, this particular workshop was conceived in October itself. Onegoda sir asked me to submit a proposal to Government of India to organize this program. For our luck, SCRB immediately agreed, and only 15 days ago they gave green signal to organize this program. When some of you had come for National Conference on Climate Change, I had told you that this workshop will also be held. And thanks for again joining us. In fact, when we announced, there were more than 280 participants who said they will be, replied that they will be coming. But when I saw this morning, there were only 60 or 70. That means when you make it free for all, they will say yes. When you charge, they will be committed to come. That's the reality that I understood today. So next time when we organize, we will be charging nominal fees. So for others also, more than 100 had asked for accommodation. Then I put 750 for 3 days. It came to 20 because they have to pay. That's the problem with us. We have invited the best resource experts for 3 days. And I urge all of you to be here by 9:30, have good breakfast and attend all the sessions. Don't come and say, I will not attend this session, I have to go to my college or university to attend my work and then come back tomorrow. We won't be giving a certificate. I also tell my colleagues not to entertain any such requests. All of you have to be there from the beginning till the end. Till we give the certificate, you have to be with us. Only then this objective of this particular workshop will be realized. Otherwise, it is just a futile exercise. We invite and come, some people sit, some people go, and finally we have to give certificate. In fact, I have never entertained such requests in the previous occasions also. This time also I don't encourage such things. So I urge all of you to be there by 9:30. We have also organized a field trip to show you how a drone flies and our Dr. Pai has brought all his gadgets to show how you can make a drone yourself and make it fly. So we have taken a lot of trouble. So I want you to take trouble and attend all the 3 days without fail. In fact, as you can see, I hope all of you have got the timetable, time schedule. Onnegoda sir will be speaking on basics of drone rules. Then basic principles of flight, our Dr. Chintamani Pai will be explaining. After that, ATC procedures and radio telephony, another talk. Then in the afternoon, one more talk on drone equipment maintenance. It's very necessary that we procure drone, but we don't know how to maintain. That's why we have put this particular talk. Then rotorcraft operations and aerodynamics is another talk for today. So there will be 5 to 6 talks today. Tomorrow again there will be 3 talks and 1 field visit. We have arranged a bus to take you to Presidency College to see to have a field visit to see how a drone could be flown in a field. And tomorrow we will be having a talk on fixed wing operations and aerodynamics, and then cyber security for drones and UAV. In fact, this we had not included. My friend suggested that we should include a topic on cyber security for drones and UAV. Then my good friend Dr. Uday Shankar Puranik has kindly agreed to deliver a talk tomorrow morning. After that, we will be having applications of drone technology in agriculture and agroforestry. Then finally, day after tomorrow, we will be having drone computing by Dr. S.N. Onkar, who is a very well-known scientist. He is from ISC. After that, precision agriculture, how a drone could be used for precision agriculture. Then in the afternoon, Dr. Pai will be explaining on risk assessment and analysis. After this talk, there will be a talk on payload installation and utilization. Then introduction to drone data analysis, and finally weather and meteorology, how weather and meteorology affect drone will be spoken about by another expert. So all these 3 days are jam-packed. If you wish to stay back in our own guest house, we'll give accommodation. Some must have paid already. For others, we'll give at a very concessional rate. You can stay at KSTI guest house. You will have dinner, breakfast, lunch, everything, and tea, coffee. So you can enjoy the stay. The drone technology is an upcoming field, as Onnegoda sir told. Now it's around $26.2 billion US industry in 2022, and it is expected to be $38.5 billion by 2030. So there is a great scope for those who would like to be in drone field to expand business, or if you want to start a startup, you have a bright future. In fact, the government of Karnataka is planning to come out with a drone policy. As you may be knowing, Karnataka is the first state in the country to come up with IT policy, biotechnology policy, startup policy, nanotechnology policy, and our department has taken lead to come up with this drone policy as well very soon. So there is ample scope for expansion of business or startup, whatever. And drone technology is used everywhere. The only problem, some three or four problems are there. Battery life is very low. In fact, some people are trying with hydrogen. Now they are trying with lithium. Lithium 5 to 10 minutes only, it seems they can fly. But they are trying with hydrogen. With hydrogen fuel, it can fly even for more duration, it seems. Then with navigation, it should be an autonomous thing, because you can't, some areas you don't get GPS signal, so it has to be autonomous. Artificial intelligence will be guiding the drone technology in the future. So technology is going to, as Sir told, imagination is the limit. The town planning or traffic management, agriculture, especially in agriculture, drone is being used elsewhere, and we have to make this gadget usable by our farmers. So agriculture students are there, scholars, PhD scholars are there. Soumya, is it? Soumya and Mr. Palaksh and other. In fact, they had come for our climate conference also. Most probably they were impressed by the way we had organized, that's why they have come again. So you please emulate these two people. They have come because we have organized well. We had organized good resource experts to talk about. That's this time also again. We have invited excellent resource experts. So please make note of whatever important points are there. KSTA is with you. We'll most probably organize advanced course also in future if many people are willing. So with this, I wish a good stay at KSTA. If you have any problem, please come to me, except for going out and missing the session. Okay? Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for addressing and sharing and showing insight about this program. And as sir told, we are very much liberal, and also meanwhile we are very strict in that giving certificate, and if you are asking something, we are going out, please give permission, those kind of things we are not going to allow. So be attentive, and you should attend all the classes. That's what our the main objective of this program. Utilize this program. We have very good resource experts for 3 days. Utilize it. So now I request my colleague Sri Umesh Gatigi, Scientific Officer, to propose vote of thanks to all the dignitaries and all of us.
Thank you. Shubhodaya, Ellargu. Very good morning to one and all. It's my immense pleasure to express my gratitude to one and all who are connected to this program and who are the reason behind this 3 days workshop in organizing. And first and foremost, I would like to thank today's chief guest, Dr. H. Honnegowda sir, who is currently working as a CEO Multiplex Drone Private Limited and former Secretary DST, Government of Karnataka, MD Steps, and Member Secretary KSTA. Thank you very much, sir, on behalf of KSTA, on behalf of all of the participants and my own behalf. Thank you very much. Also, I would like to thank our proactive CEO, KSTA, Dr. A.M. Ramesh sir, for his patient guidance and always sharing shoulders in all kind of programs and activities of the KSTA. Thank you very much, sir. Also, I would like to thank today's guest of honor, Dr. Chintamani Pai, for accepting our invitation in a short span and being here with us from yesterday, and he'll be here with us till the ending of this 3 days national workshop. Thank you very much. Also, I would like to thank all the resource experts of the program for accepting our invitation and being part of this most need of our national workshop. First and foremost, Dr. Honnegoda sir, Dr. Chintamani Pai, Mr. Bibang Basumatri, Mr. Nagur Kani, Mr. Karthik, Dr. Uday Shankar Puranik, and ISRO scientist Dr. General Manager Dr. R. Hebbar, and Dr. S.N. Omkar, Chief Research Scientist from ISC, and Shri Neeraj Ramprasad, and Mugil Thiru Ramaswamy, who is from Skylark Drones Company, and Mr. Shri Harshavi, who is the CEO of Unmanned and Airborne Solutions Private Limited. I thank all of them on behalf of KSTA, on behalf of all of you, and on my own behalf for accepting our invitation to deliver the session. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all the technical staff, non-technical staff of KSTA. And last but not least, I would like to thank all of you because of whom this program is going on, and it will be successful, I hope. And who have participated from not only from Karnataka and from other states also. Thank you very much for being with us. And also I would like to thank print and media people, Vismayawani and DD Chandana and other press people who have joined with us for this 3 days national workshop. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
Thank you very much, Gatki, for coordinating this program. I request all of you, please, before going into the tea break, I request all of you to have a group photo in front of our entrance. And thank you, Onanda, once again. Please have 10 minutes tea break and assemble back as early as possible. Thank you.
Basically the two propellers to control its flight. It took its first flight on April 19, 2021, and you can actually see the flight data on April 19, 2021, and since then it has taken several flights on Martian surface. So I am sharing this because whatever goes on in space, okay, it has to actually pass through lots of harsh conditions, okay. So if the technology right now is going on Mars to send such a small drone, you can imagine what is going on in the drone technology on our own Earth, okay, because the kind of harsh conditions these things have to meet in order to function properly in space, okay, and on other planets. Okay, it has gone through lots of innovation. There are lots of the different experimental prototypes. And okay, going next. So this drone, okay, if you actually okay, so if you actually see, so does anyone know about this drone which actually flew on Mars? It was a historic moment actually, and in fact when this was launched, actually this mission was launched, we had actually organized a live streaming when this mission was launched, and actually Perseverance rover actually was about to enter through Martian atmosphere, and this was very exciting moment for me, and this is as good as the historic flight of Wright brothers, because you can imagine the kind of technologies have gone into this, developing into this, and so as of October 12, 2023, now the count must have gone further, it had taken around 62 number of flights on Martian surface. And so you will ask, so this is actually the map. So here actually the Perseverance rover has landed, and then the drone has, from this location, you can see the scale on the map, it has gone so far to actually collect the samples, and it's actually, the role is going to be actually to pick up the to drill and pick up the keep the samples over there, so that in the next Mars mission, sample return, it will actually, they are going to collect these samples from the Martian surface, which will actually eventually help to settle human civilization on Mars. Okay, Elon Musk is already doing. And okay, so going next. So then it's a natural question that anyone will ask, that okay, the about the history of drones, okay, where it actually started from. So drones are not that way new. We are actually in this era, but it's somewhat actually, every technology has got its root some 50, 60 years back, and when we talk about drone technology or unmanned air vehicles, it actually dates back somewhere in 1849, where actually first time the explosive balloons were used by Austrians in 1849. So they could actually use the lighter gas, which could go up, it can carry explosive, of course for the military purpose. And then since that era onward, okay, the drones were, people were thinking of unmanned air vehicles. Okay, World War I happened somewhere before here, and then people were thinking, okay, without pilot, how we can, use the aeroplanes for surveillance or for attack purpose. Okay, and then you will see in the 1990s era, somewhere from basically the US-Iraq war, right? The drones started, the RC models started coming up, and as we can see at the rise of drone technology, the drones were initially used for military purpose. Okay, they were not available for civilian purpose. Only after in 2000 somewhere, or even before that, Amazon actually, there was an announcement in 2013 that by 2023, all the logistics aspects will be taken care by drone. They will set up the nationwide network of drones, but as of now it has not yet been completely implemented, because of there were several rules and regulations, frameworks were required, and again how you will design the drone routes. Okay, and now I think it's the time, okay, for not just in even US, we are now, our own countries now having, we are in a position to actually develop such a network. So time is not so far that you order pizza, it will come by drone to you. Okay, and not just pizza, but any household appliances you want to order through any apps, they will be delivered to you by drones. Of course, there are lots of regulatory safety mechanisms one has to come up with, and I'm sure that our generation will actually see that there will be completely drone-based, supply network. And beyond 2013, of course, drones were also used for the aerial photography, videography. Lots of TV advertisements we see in which there is aerial shots. Lots of Hollywood, Bollywood movies nowadays are using drones. In fact, they are the industry which is heavily using drones. Okay, and as their requirement went up, the technology was developed. Okay, so you will see that apart from the military usage, the drone technology has been heavily used by filming or videography, and accordingly the softwares were developed. So going forward, so these are few images from the Second World War, where already the aeroplane was developed and then they were thinking of unmanned air flight. And these are the few snapshots, pictures. You can see Winston Churchill standing and looking at the testing of the unmanned air vehicle. And here there are British soldiers, okay, World War II. They are actually making their own the unmanned aircraft. Of course, this was then based on liquid fuels, okay, not battery based. Going further, this is the current status of the, just as a representative, representing how the drones are being used in the military domain. So this is a British Air Force, Royal Air Force, and their attack and surveillance drone being maintained by the Royal Air Force. And what you see here, the frets are nothing but inside they actually sit. So these are actually portable ones, where they actually sit inside. They have a complete communication and control desk inside a fret. So you can imagine that these frets along with the drone, it becomes a complete, portable solution. You go wherever you want based on the war scenario, and you can, your drone unit can tackle challenges. Okay, and in fact, in this year, January 2023, there was very good article which I came across in MIT Technology Review, which talks about talks about the mass market. Military drones have changed the way the wars are fought. And in fact, all of us are reading international news, okay, the way the wars are being fought, be it Ukraine-Russia war, or even what is happening in with Israel war with Hamas. And so in both situations, drone technology has completely revolutionized how the wars are fought. Okay, and I'll touch upon those topics as well. And this is, so basically any technology, okay, be it emerging or standard technology, can actually drive geopolitics, so whole and that is why every country has to be aware of the emerging technology and accordingly how to invest its resources and how to develop the manpower. So why you are attending this workshop? Because you should know how you can connect yourself to drone technology and how drone technology is actually even driving international geopolitics. So this is actually the map, the reported drone attacks on Russian targets by Ukraine, and you can see how many the drones, okay, they actually fly from Ukraine, Kyiv or border areas. They are able to actually penetrate the country's airfield systems, okay, and they are able to actually go all the way till Moscow airport. And imagine if such small drone, very small drone, okay, we have kept some drones for the display, very small drone like a bird hitting a jet engine. If I can develop a small drone carrying an explosive, okay, it can actually knock down an aircraft. So as there are, for any technology, there are the good aspects, there are bad aspects also, right? And it's not just to develop about drone technology, but you need to also develop about anti-drone technology, okay? So just by attending workshop on drones is not necessary that you should know about drones, but if you are looking from the technology perspective, you have to also think about the anti-drone technology, okay? So how small drone you can actually detect in an airfield. So lots of technology are being developed in India, abroad, about such anti-drone technology. So I think students can go back, do Google search, maybe they can do small project on that, okay? So as you can see here, these are different kinds of unmanned objects, unmanned vehicles being used. This is the marine based, and this is unmanned air vehicle. Okay, they carry the explosives. There are, you know, basically like a shelf. We keep books in the shelf. They have kept actually the unmanned air vehicles, okay, in different slots, and they are carrying explosives. They go, they are like suicide drones. They know their target, where to hit, and they will carry out their work unless and until they are detected by the anti-drone technology. And important aspect is cost of such drones ranges from $10,000 to $1 lakh. So $10,000, if it can knock down an airport, it's not huge, okay, from the warfare scenario. So going next, okay, so we can actually see how such drones, they were actually used to attack on different buildings, government or civilian buildings, okay, and so this was the counter attack where actually you know, one of the Iranian drones were used to actually do a counter attack on Ukraine. Okay, I'm not taking sides of any country, just to give you the scenario of technology, how technology is being used at the war front level. Okay, and these are right now the military drones being used in Ukraine-Russia conflict, and you can actually see the kinds of drones, their companies, source of these companies, where these companies originate from, and you can look at the typical costs. So the lowest cost what you have is around $1,000. A $1,000 drone, you know, can be so disastrous. So it's really an era, okay, where you have lots of role to play, okay, how you can develop applications, okay, of course for the societal benefit purpose. I am not here because I am showing some slides on how they are being used for military applications. Yes, military applications are needed, but of course we have to think from the societal benefit aspect. But as a technology enthusiast, as a researcher, you do get excited looking at how things are, how technology is being developed worldwide. Okay, and as we are aware about this scenario, where actually when the borders were penetrated, the border posts were actually attacked by drones. Okay, the drones were having the real-time video transmission, and they were actually attacking the border posts. Okay, so these are the typical Israeli drones. Okay, these are used for the surveillance attack purpose. They are high altitude drones having their own electro-optic systems, okay, their own having electronic warfare systems, because drone has to also protect itself from any electronic attack, okay, or the drone itself can actually jam communication networks in the area. Okay, so these kind of drones have been used. And of course India is not behind, as I am giving examples of other countries. From 1990s, DRDO here, I think in Bangalore, has taken quite a lot of interest to develop the indigenous development of drones, typically with the development of Rustam-1 and the Tapas unmanned aircraft vehicles, which have been used for surveillance. Okay, and this year there was the first event which was held at Hindon Air Force in Uttar Pradesh, called as Bharat Drone Shakti, where actually it was inaugurated by our Honorable Raksha Mantri, and the drone technology within country was demonstrated. So it's not just about the military technology, but also about how drones are useful in agriculture. You can see an agriculture drone over here, which is used for spraying. And then coming to how different states, I already spoke about the role Karnataka state has played in the aviation policy, and it is currently contributing, shaping up the India's drone policy. So India's first police drone was actually launched in Chennai, and so now you can have a drone police unit which can be used for surveillance, okay, and maybe even detecting ongoing, if there is a crime going on, the drones can be useful, and even for the forensic investigation. Going next, the Kerala also is the first Indian state to have drone surveillance in all police districts, and in fact they are collaborating with the forensic science department of Kerala, okay, to utilize drones for forensic investigation. Then it's not just about the surveillance and monitoring or for the attack purpose, but in COVID times in northeast states, okay, because there was no, the human movement was restricted, drones were actually used, okay, drones were actually used for transporting medicines from one place to another place. Okay, then coming to the Tata 1mg, it launched its own medicine, in Dehradun they launched their drone services for actually transporting medicines, okay, so you have an application, through mobile application in Dehradun, you can place the order and the medicines will be supplied using drones. Okay, so as all of us, as Onigowda sir also talked about, that India wants to become drone hub by 2030. So what we are exactly looking at, okay, so it's actually going to be US $23 billion contribution in the drone technology field, and it's not just about the government, but private sector and startups need to come up with a collaborative approach to develop this drone hub. So it's not just that government is utilizing it for the defense or military applications, but we as an individual having affiliation to research institute or a company, okay, you can form your own startup. You can think of how you can contribute to drone technology. You need not be an engineer or scientist. Even if you're from commerce background, you can think of some drone-based services. Okay, you can attend some workshops. Okay, you can do maybe a drone pilot licensing course, and which allows you to enter in drone field, and you can develop your own application in drone technology. Okay, and so basically the environment has to be created which encourages R&D, innovation, and basically you have the intellectual property that, okay, this is what is our contribution to drone technology. So I think the times are very exciting for all of us, and we should look forward to what extent each of us can contribute to this domain. So this was the announcement by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting that India will require at least 1 lakh drone pilots by next year, and as of now you will see that there are around only 7,000 drone pilots in the country, and the way government of India is thinking right now is to have a drone pilot at Gram Panchayat level. So all your land records which earlier were being done manually, you will have them actually being done using drones. So you can imagine at Gram Panchayat level you will require a drone pilot, okay, and that drone pilot, okay, Gram Panchayat can offer service, and there will be a local employment generation. Okay, this is what the model is being looked at. Of course, apart from that, the drone sector is also will be adding 3 billion to agricultural sector in 2023, benefit 10 crore farmers, and accordingly the policies are being formulated. And when we talk about the drone-based applications being explored in India, what are those? So we are a country with the agriculture as a backbone. Okay, so there has to be a focus on agriculture. Okay, so when it comes to agriculture, what we are talking about? We are talking about basically the counting, basically measurements, field-based measurements. Okay, the detecting diseases using drone, okay, spraying pesticides, the maintenance, supervision. So all these aspects one can think about developing application. You need not think of very high level, high technology based architecture for developing such application, but think of, to start with, think of very simple applications, what you can think using drone technology, okay? Because even such applications are needed, because sometimes while thinking about very high technology, we tend to neglect what are the simple aspects about the technology. Coming to energy and utilities, yes, we have the lots of transmission lines, right? The power grids, it's basically monitoring and maintenance, okay? Inspection of, there are lots of underwater pipe systems in India. Again, maybe in the chemical industry, you need to have to monitor the gas or oil pipelines, okay? There are oil and gas pipelines which might run across 2 countries, okay? There you need to have the surveillance, monitoring, maintenance, then infrastructure, okay? India has a very large component in real estate, as you can see over here, okay? The service industry is connected with infrastructure, okay, with the right now with the modern India, and lots of applications need to be developed in infrastructure or in real estate, okay? So town planning, okay, land audit, site management. For example, you have a mobile tower, you have a bridge, all needs to be monitored. You have to create, one can think of creating a report using drones, and there has to be some standardization creating such reports, okay? So lots of students can think of such case studies as their projects, okay? How you will go about standardizing such while creating such reports. Mining, okay, media and entertainment already exist and they are utilizing drones. And even insurance, okay? Why insurance? Because suppose bank gives a loan to a farmer, okay, and or the farmer goes for an insurance, there is a loss, and now insurance company wants to assess, okay? So how it will assess? So if it is since it is related to farming, you will assess by having basic analysis of farm, right? For which you will be requiring maybe 3D video mapping or the land audit using drones, and that is how it is even connected to insurance, okay? Going next. So there are lots of very complex rules, regulations, safety mechanisms in implementing drone technology, and different aspects, whether there is a possibility of commercial flights, the license required to fly, whether the training, insurance required for commercial flights, okay, and possibility to perform beyond visual line of sight flights, okay, because there you need to have very good technology backbone, okay, so that even the drone goes beyond your visual line of sight, how you are going to efficiently communicate with the drone, how commands are being sent and received, okay, by the drone end and even at the operator end. So lots of rules and regulatory mechanism is being created. So as we see India as of now, so we are taking care of these aspects. These are again, we will in coming future will be developing the framework. So coming to agriculture, I think there are talks going to be in agriculture, so I won't take much of time. Again, as I already spoke about the opportunities in agriculture, and already we be having agriculture sector as a backbone. India is agriculture based country, so lots of schemes are being launched by the government, and so that to promote farmers to make use of drone technology. And again, the very first policy, liberalized drone policy, came in the year 2021, and it is available online. So I request all the participants to go through what is drone policy, what are the aspects of drone policy, the technology, the legal framework, so you understand the technical and non-technical aspects. Okay, so coming to application of drones, so as we know, the drones, even I can have it as a hobby, I can use it for commercial purpose or the military purpose everyone is aware of. We have already seen some examples for reconnaissance and attack. So in India, as India is facing lots of climatic changes, so even it is needed that how effectively we are going to use drone technology for disaster response, the assess damage, search and rescue. Okay, I'm sure that the recent event which I think took place in North India, where actually the workers were trapped in a tunnel, right? So I'm sure even to have the assessment of the tunnel, they must have used drone technology to get the idea how to have a strategy to actually rescue those trapped workers, right? And of course with the medical supplies, imagine that villages flooded, you have some medical emergency and some medicines have to be supplied, how useful a drone can be. Okay, so students can create some projects, test projects, where within campus to campus, think of it that as a service. Okay, you are going from exactly precisely one location from one department to another department. Drone lands on the terrace, and think of that as a test study or test project, how you are able to effectively execute it. That itself will guide you how to develop services in this industry. Okay, package delivery. So as you can see that this is a DHL drone delivering a package. Okay, you require knowledge of navigation and geospatial technologies, and as India is having its own navigational system, NAVIC, right, being developed, and lots of NAVIC receivers can be used, the single frequency or dual frequency receivers, and you can get in touch with ISRO because you are based in Bangalore, and so that they can actually help you to actually utilize their NAVIC receivers for developing drone-based applications. Okay, so agriculture. So when we talk about agriculture, we talk about from the measurement point of view. The drone can actually without touching the soil, there are sensors which can actually measure the local moisture in soil. Okay, so I can just, in my mission planner software, I can just design the drone trajectory, and as the drone is traveling over the field, okay, it has a radio frequency based sensor which can actually detect moisture, local moisture, because the local moisture levels keep on varying based on the climatic conditions, and it keeps changing daily. So one can do, there is a tremendous scope. If you're not interested in manufacturing or developing drones, one can think about how to think from the sensor aspect, which will go on drone, because that requires miniaturization. Okay, and how that as a payload you can attach to your drone. Okay, so coming to the maintenance aspects, you can see a huge drone where it is actually spraying pesticides. Okay, how you can effectively spray pesticides. Okay, how you can identify the area, only certain area where disease is growing, how drone can identify as it is actually flying over that region, it can identify that disease has grown up only in this area, so the pesticide volume can be saved. Okay, so even the drones are actually also being used for seeding purpose. You can have seeds on the drone, and drone can effectively through a free fall, it can actually through a free fall it can actually grow a seed. So pipeline, India has lots of structures where the water is being transported, or maybe even oil and gas in case of chemical industries, which require constant monitoring, surveillance, maintenance of such huge network of pipes, where you can develop a technology using drones. And India is one of the largest country to have a largest rail network, and now Indian Railway is also thinking of introducing drones for monitoring surveillance if there are some terrorist activities along the railway lines, how to detect that from a very large distance. In fact, we have also done some work for the which can be connected to for the Indian Railway application, where drone based or vehicle based long range imaging systems we are developing. And so coming to now the flight's actual topic, so I gave you the overview of drone technology. Coming back to the basics of drones. So what are drones, how do they fly, and what are the components of drone? Okay, so the drone, typically talking about a multi-rotor drone, okay, it is having several propellers, as you can see. Okay, it can be one also, but then you require a counter propeller, so it will look like a helicopter. So it can just do up and down. Okay, and with the tail rotor, it can just go forward and back, and then just with three, 4, and so on, depending upon your requirement. Okay, you can increase the number of propellers, and so typically multi-rotor drone is capable of vertical takeoff and landing. Okay, it can hover, okay, but it cannot go very high. Okay, so it has a limit on the lower speed endurance. If there is a high wind, it cannot sustain. So you need to go for very massive drone with a large number of propellers, so that it can withstand high winds. So based on the needs and requirement, one can classify drones as quadcopters, hexacopters, octocopters. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. This is comparatively easier to make, okay, because you have a basic symmetry, and then based on the rotation of the motors, their RPM, what kind of torque and what kind of thrust it is going to create. So comparatively, when you are developing your own flight control program, it's relatively easier. Okay, you want to make that kind of programs for a entrant, it will take some time, okay, to understand how actually to control and develop 6 degrees of freedom for drones, and accordingly in what way I should control the rotations of the propellers. Okay, and as you, based on your need, if it has to carry a larger load, accordingly you will increase the number of propellers. Okay, and these number of propellers, accordingly your complexity of the program will increase. And again, as you go on with octocopter, again, which has a larger capability to carry a load and a stability, but then the control program becomes complex. Then coming to fixed wing drone. Okay, so fixed wing drone, as you actually saw here, that there were the drones were mounted in this particular position. You don't see that kind of arrangements for the fixed wing drone. Where? Basically, one has to think of, basically now that you see number of more propellers are there, they are in the close vicinity of each other. Okay, so mechanically this becomes very complex system when you are talking about the thrust, and basically the lift has to be created. So mechanically this becomes less efficient. So one has to think how one can increase the efficiency of flying with these kind of systems. Yes. No, it's not that we should go for hexacopter or not. It's depending upon what your drone can be less efficient, but if it is used for certain applications where you require that kind of thrust, you have to go for octocopter. Yes. So depending upon the kind of applications you are looking for, you have to go for that kind of drone. If I'm actually looking for this kind of drone for a logistic purpose, okay, there I don't worry much about mechanical efficiency, aerodynamic efficiency of flying. I'll more worry about, okay, whether it is able to lift that particular mass or not. Okay, because since there are so many rotors are available, I already have the required thrust. Okay, and accordingly then I have the battery which can have a long duration performance. Coming to the fixed wing kind of drones, as you can see that there are no such multi-rotor aspects. It has the propeller at the front or tail, and then the fixed wing structure like an aircraft, and so this can go at much higher speed compared to multi-rotor drones. Okay, but it cannot fly slowly. So if you want to have very high altitude surveillance, okay, high altitude imaging, cartography, you can use these kind of drones. Some aerial surveys you are interested in. And because of this kind of structure, they will require a small airstrip to land. Okay. Then you have hybrid kind of drones, where the first two aspects you are actually combining. It has the propellers also. These propellers are being placed, and this is having the combination of the multi-rotor system and basically the wing structure. So in cases where you do not have airstrip, or one of your propellers have gone down, the airstrip is not working properly, or the vice versa, you can make use of the hybrid drones. Again, to develop this kind of system will require a complex control architecture, okay, so that you are able to not only just control the rotors and basically the tail or front propeller, and the airflow dynamics around it becomes very complex to understand. So you need to have some simulation approach studies first, how the airflow is being simulated, and whether it is creating any turbulence around. If there is a turbulence being created, then you cannot have a stable flight. It's not going. Okay, so I will go next. So drones comes in different. See, for example, you want to have drone where it can be used at high altitude also and low altitude also. If you want to use a drone at low altitude, so you cannot have a fixed wing structure because it will travel very fast. Multi-rotor drone can hover, so it can provide you hover also at maybe higher altitude. Okay, so you want to have usage where you have a low altitude application and high altitude also. So keeping those in mind, you can go for hybrid drone selection. Then coming to the drones of different sizes, you can have the small drone which can stand on the tip of my finger, okay, and so you will wonder what kind of applications are being used. Can anyone guess what kind of applications one can have using this kind of a butterfly, wing flapping drone? Military, yes, military, spying, but is it only that, or tunnels, or maybe let's say, so these kind of drones are already being developed worldwide. These are called as micro vehicles, air vehicles, and one major application, yes, is for military. Imagine that you have a hostage situation. You want to any military strategies before rescuing hostages. They want to analyze the situation. So you will never come to know that such a small drone is being sent in the room, and it is actually giving you a real-time video feed. No, I don't think so. Right, but again, I don't know, I'm not aware where they actually used for actually going through the tunnel, but I'm sure for the aerial, to have the aerial view of the tunnel situation, they must have used drones. No, no, I don't think so. Yes, yes. To have just the bird's eye view of the tunnel situation, they must have used in the recent, but I don't think so small drones were used, because small drones, again, when you are sending them inside tunnel, you need to have a right radio communication frequency, because that may fade. Yeah, yeah. So, uh, so the another application is, suppose I want to study birds and their behavior. I want to go in forest area, you are a wildlife researcher, okay, you want to study the behavior of birds, or you want to study flowers, you can actually make use of these kind of drones, micro aerial vehicles, okay, and because the birds will not identify them as a threat. So you want to study how bird is behaving in its nest, you can actually have such a kind of drone which will go closer to that particular area and come back. You can also place some small sensors, maybe chemical sensors, so that in particular forest area, if there is certain chemicals or gases are being released, you want to have gas sensors, those can be developed. Now there are micro electromechanical sensors are coming, MEM sensors, very small sensors, so those sensors can be mounted on such small drones. Then, as you can see from the smallest size, how the drones are increasing in size, we have already seen this, the attack drone, and you can see that there is a weapon actually, there is a missile being attached by the Royal Air Force. And what you actually see is not just a fighter aircraft, but it is actually fighter aircraft without pilot. Okay, so this was F-18 aircraft which was tested by US Air Force this year in January, unmanned aircraft. So imagine the situation, war scenario where you want that, okay, the pilot need not go in that kind of scenario, and you will just send such advanced aircraft without pilot, okay, and having now the technologies like AI, what kind of power these kind of systems possess. Okay, then coming to how drones fly, okay, the basic 4 forces of flight, because drone has a mass, and whenever we are in a gravitationally bound systems, we will have gravitational force acting through that mass, right? All of us, we are getting attracted towards the center of Earth, and that is how we are gravitationally bound to Earth. Okay, even the unmanned aircraft or manned aircraft or any aerial object, though it is in air, okay, it looks like it is in air, but it is always gravitationally bound depending upon its kinetic energy, okay. And so as long as any object is gravitationally bound, it is bound to have a gravitational force. In case of the near Earth objects, okay, we are talking about the gravitational force acting towards the center of Earth, okay. So this is how the weight is acting, and then you are actually generating lift. So if you have an airfoil and the engine, so you will actually induce the airflow which will lift the airfoil through the force of lift. And if there is a medium, as long as there is a medium, be it a liquid or air, you are always going, it is always going to oppose the motion, so you are going to create a drag, okay. So if I am talking about the fixed wing drones which is going to create thrust in this direction, of course even the multi-rotor drones are going to create a thrust, but the mechanism is different, right? So it is going to be an interplay of these forces, and once you are aware of these 4 forces, you know how to control drone or how to write your own program, okay, how to develop your own flight computer. Okay, so I already explained about the thrust. So it's a force that moves aircraft forward,
and the thrust has to overcome drag, otherwise the aircraft will not go forward. So it has to overcome the drag forces by the medium. Okay, even if you're talking about unmanned vehicle in water, okay, there are small unmanned submarines being developed. Okay, so even in that case, that will be the drag offered by the water. Okay, so then there is a lift. So the lift is created by the engine attached to it or the propellers which are pointed vertically upward. Okay, and combination of their RPMs, okay, in which direction those rotors are moving and their position with respect to each other, how you are controlling their motion simultaneously will determine the overall motion of the object. So here, as you can see, if there is an airfoil, okay, basically I'll go back. So if I take the cross section of the aircraft over here, this is my airfoil, and I want, if looking at that cross section, we want to understand how it is going to create a lift. So if there is an airflow, okay, here in the below it creates a high pressure region, and on the top it is creating a low pressure region. So when such regions are created, naturally the air will flow from high pressure to low pressure region, and while doing so it will create a thrust, it will create the lift. Okay, and that's how your basic mechanism of flight works. So typically if I want to understand what kind of force is being created in the upward direction, you will roughly see that it is proportional to the density of the medium. In case of unmanned aircrafts or manned aircrafts, we are talking about the density of air. Now the density of air is also not constant. The density of air also changes with respect to altitude. So at what altitude your manned or unmanned aircraft is going to travel, accordingly you have to design, okay, the lift. You have to understand how the lift is going to be created, and it's roughly it is the square of directly proportional square of the velocity. So you double the velocity, okay, you are actually you are actually increasing the lift 4 times. So why am I discussing this? Because in your classroom environment, you can create such systems where you can actually 3D, you can have your 3D printed propeller. I'm going to show those examples, and you can actually study airflow. So it's not just about, if you just do simulation, you are done. You have to actually experimentally understand these situations. Because generally, I have seen that students are because of the colorful diagrams, you like, maybe, there is a fascination for simulation. But unless you do actual experiment, you are not going to correlate the results of your simulation with the experimentation. Because simulation, sometimes it becomes of course it is needed when you go for high level architecture, designing such systems. But unless you create the test experimental prototypes in your lab, you cannot understand the complexity. It will give you more insight for the design. So coming to the propeller, now here is a cross section of the propeller. It's what it creates for the airfoil to get lifted up. Similarly for the propeller, you will have the lift mechanism. You have the high pressure zone, you have the low pressure zone, okay, and because of which, and there is an airflow, right, and there is an airflow which will lift the drone. So the thrust which is actually created by the propellers because of their motion, and that will actually counterbalance the gravitational force. Okay. So when we talk about the degrees of freedom, the drone can have 6 degrees of freedom. It can go up, there are normal, for the translation motion, it can be in X, Y or Z direction, and it can also have roll, yaw, or pitch. And so your flight computer has to be in such a way that through the motion of propellers, simultaneous control, you are able to generate these 6 degrees of freedom for drones. Okay. So typically for 3-dimensional motion, you will have 3 axes, right? X, Y, and Z. So up and down, forward and back, left and right, and plus the tilt. Yes. So if this is your drone, okay, so it has to tilt if it has to travel. If it is just hovering, that hovering mechanism will not help it to go forward. So it has to create, you know, the simultaneous control of the rotor mechanism, okay, allows it to tilt. So unless it is tilted, the drone cannot go forward, because you need to have the unbalanced force which allows it to travel. You know, basic you were coming to Newtonian mechanics or classical mechanics. Okay, you think of it as the force diagrams, what we used to do in 11th, 12th standard physics. You need to have the unbalanced force component for it to travel forward. So looking at that kind of system, here what you are having, so is a force generated by individual rotors, which will give you the resultant force in certain direction with having its own uncertainty, okay, depending upon what kind of propellers, or there is a jitter involved, okay, and accordingly it will create, so they create the thrust as well as there is an angular momentum, because the propellers are rotating in one direction, so you can visualize an angular momentum, and that angular momentum is generated at wherever the propellers are placed. And if there is an angular momentum, okay, with respect to the center of mass of the system, you are going to also have a torque. Okay, so you just can't just balance the drone, you know, you don't have to just create the counter force for balancing the gravitational force, but you have to also create the counter torques so that it doesn't topple. Okay, so when you are talking about basic equations of motion, you have to actually create you need to understand the sum of torques involved in your drones and also the sum of forces. So depending upon, okay, what kind of motions you are expecting from drone at particular time, accordingly you have to manage with the torque. So if you have to just create hovering mechanism, then you want that the torques are to be nullified, the forces are to be nullified. That is why it stays like a stable object in air. Okay. So how to fly a drone? Talking about basic quadcopter mechanism. So as sir asked the question, the 3 directions. So you can have it is moving down or moving up. You have to just basically increase or decrease the throttle by having RPM control. Okay, but suppose it has to create a pitch, okay, or roll or yaw. Accordingly, my flight computer has to be first aware what is the RPM in real time. It is there present in all the propellers, and accordingly it has to change the ratio of RPMs. Okay, so if you are aware of the basic aspects of flight and the propeller mechanism, the physics involved in it, it becomes easier to think from a programmer's approach, how to write the code, how to have your own the flight program. So how does a drone know that it basically what is its, as we are having our own senses to understand. Okay, so when we walk, there are fluids in our inner ears which help us to balance, right? So the drone also needs to have that. So sometimes there is a disease in which the fluid, it doesn't move properly. It loses its motion. So I don't know what, I forgot the name of the disease, I think vertigo. Vertigo is the name of the disease, right? And if somebody develops vertigo, then person loses its balance while normal walking. So even for our normal human walk, nature has given us, a gyroscope, and by which the brain can interpret whether we are tilted or not, and it is happening at millisecond scale, because at the neuronal level, the neuronal fluid, it actually conducts the speeds at I think at millisecond scale response it has. So similarly, if the drone has to travel seamlessly, it needs to have the guidance from its sensor mechanism, the sensor feedback. So the sensor feedback is continuously being fed to the drone. Accordingly, it knows it is aware of its current state. Okay, and from that current state, you are now giving a command so that it's know what is going to be its future state. Okay, so one can develop the mathematical linear algebraic approach where you have a state, the vector space of the drone. It is in the current state, now it has to go to another state, and that you can accordingly you can develop the the linear algebraic approach to develop the flight computing systems. So if the drone wants a vertical lift from where it is previously, so what you simply need to add on is the additional RPM, which will create more thrust so that it counters the gravitational force, and it will go to a new height because there is more RPM in the drone. If you are looking for a rolling rotation, okay, where the drone has to roll, or a yawning or pitching rotation, accordingly you send a real-time commands, okay, through the electronic speed controllers, so that you can actually, if the drone has to create a pitch, right? So it is actually rotating around this axis, okay. So then it has to create a torque. In this situation, we cannot nullify all the torques. We need to have a torque present. So that torque is being created by adding additional RPMs over here, okay, so that you can have R cross F. There is an additional torque being created, and by the same amount you subtract the torque, so that you are having a, there is one torque has to be present if there is a tilt required in any direction. If tilt required in this direction, you have to create a torque, additional torque, then the torques cannot be nullified. Or if the drone has to travel forward, it has to create a thrust in such a way that there is torque in this direction. Okay, so accordingly the drone can have the rolling rotation mechanism, pitching rotation, or yawning rotation. So if the drone has to go forward, accordingly there has to be the counter torque, which tilts it. So if you actually go and look back at the all drone videos, multi-rotor, when it is going forward, it is never going forward while like in a straight manner, because there has to be a torque which is not nullified. Then only it will create the unbalanced force in the forward direction, which allows it to move forward. So coming to the drone kinematics, so as we have already seen, the force was proportional to the velocity of the thrust, and there is a rotational motion involved. So what we actually have here is, then we through circular motion, okay, we can involve the angular velocity of the individual propellers. So that is how we can actually calculate what are the individual forces, and these individual forces are connected to the center of mass system, so they are able to create torque. So you can have the torque in any desired direction by adjusting the angular rotation, and thus the thrust. So for linear motion, we talk about mass into linear acceleration, so going forward, backward, upward, or downwards. But as it is doing that, we are also requiring the rotational motion, so we have to simultaneously create torques also. So when we are talking about the rotational motion aspects, we are not talking about mass, because then we introduce the moment of inertia. So if I just want to create a hovering motion, right. It can be because you need to also have the angular momentum also has to be countered. So that is why you will see when you are actually making a drone, you have to create a counterclockwise and clockwise motion of the propellers, right? So why we are doing that? Because there is an angular momentum also. There is an angular momentum of each propeller. So that also has to be nullified, or it has to be controlled. So that control is being done based on, so if you have to increase the RPM, your electronic speed controller will pass more current. So the RPM is proportional to current. So accordingly you can, you can manage with the thrust. Okay. But suppose you want to manage with the rotation, then you can, change the direction of motion or whatever, by which you can change the angular momentum. So if I am talking about hovering motion, okay, I am talking about the resultant forces, and this will all the forces acting on drones. So here we are just taking right now, for simplicity, the force created by all the propellers for a quadcopter motion, which will have the net acceleration, okay, which will, so if it has to hover, it has to balance the gravitational force. When only it is doing that, it will hover, and all the moments have to be nullified. Okay, there are no torques present in the system. So this is going to be your equation of motion. So your flight computer is actually in real time solving these equations numerically through sensor feedback mechanism. Okay, that is how the flight computer, the whole hardware and the programming approach is developed. So I think you can work out these equations of motions. And so your whole system actually can have a linear algebraic approach, okay, where you can write the whole system equations which translate into your program. Okay, so in lab you can actually create these kind of systems where you have a load cell with the propeller mechanism, and you can control the flight. You can study the propeller properties, the airflow, what kind of thrust can be created. Okay, so I think I can stop here, right? So maybe in my next session I can cover these points. So if there are any questions, you can ask me.
We can take it later during lunch break. Now, without much ado, I would like to call you, Dr. Vin, our former CEO, member of the PhD, Dr. Vin sir, and currently working as CEO Multiplex Pro Private Limited, to deliver the session. On behalf of PhD, also welcome you, sir. During the lunch session, both speakers will be available. You can have discussion and.
No, sir, no problem.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
In fact, I was supposed to give in the morning, but due to some reason, there was an additional secretary from Government of India called for a meeting. It was an unexpected meeting. I had to attend. That's the reason. Just now got over, just 5 minutes back. So good that you're all interested in the drone. You can ask me. I'll be giving a boring lecture on the rules and regulations of the drone, because as a drone, if you want to fly or you want to manufacture, you should know the regulations of the drone regulations, which has been formed by the Government of India. In fact, each country has its own regulation, and also there is some kind of a interaction with the international agencies, like how our aeroplanes fly actually domestically as well as internationally. So similarly, even for the drone, we have that kind of rules and regulations. And as in the morning in inaugural I said, until 2021, it was very difficult to fly the drone in our place. But now luckily, since it has a large number of applications, you name anything, it has applications. Maybe it is coming up. Surely some of your young boys would be able to come out with new applications in case of the drone. Okay. So I will be covering about, before going into the rules and regulation, I would like to give a small introduction. What is drone? Then move into the rules and regulation formed by the DGCA, okay, Director General of Civil Aviation, which is under the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India. Okay, they are the nodal agency. And they keep updating it. These rules are actually, once it has been notified, based on the user requirement, based on some of the suggestions which comes from the academic research and other things, and also the international policy, they keep revising it. These rules actually doesn't apply for the military applications or a Air Force or Navy. It is mainly for the civilian applications. Okay? So let us not question actually about the military thing actually. Okay? Okay. So this is my topic, the basic drone rules 2021, because it was in August 2020 only this rules was notified. That's why it is called actually the drone rule 2021. Of course, subsequently updation also has come in. Okay? What is drone, or what we call as actually unmanned aircraft system? In fact, a drone is the most common term used by everybody, but basically it is called unmanned aircraft system. It's also like an aircraft. The one which uses the airspace, it is called the aircraft. Whether the passenger aircraft, or a drone, or it could be a parachute, anything that. It could be a glider, anything that. But the one which uses the airspace is called the aircraft. Okay, what is that unmanned aircraft system? There are different names, which I will come to that later. What is that? Anybody? Any one of you? That means, as it says, unmanned, there is nobody on the aircraft. It is done actually remotely piloted from a ground. That's why it is called unmanned. Okay? I want to be more interactive. You can ask me a question at any time. If I know, I'll answer you. Okay? I have entered into this field just about 4 months back. So I'm also a student in this field. Okay? You can ask me. As much I know, I will be able to answer you. But I want more of an interaction. I know it is a lunch time. I'm standing before your lunch and my talk. Okay? So drone is one of the oldest term. You know, from World War I, actually people are talking about the drone, and now actually with Ukraine and USA war, everybody knows about the drone. It's more of a military application, but it has a large number of civilian applications. Okay? The drone is nothing but basically is an acronym, basically an abbreviation. It is called Dynamic Remotely Operated Navigation Equipment. It's basically equipment in a machine which is flying in the air. You can call it as a robo also. Okay? So an unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV or UAS, not America, unmanned aerial systems. Okay? Commonly known as drone is an aircraft without a human pilot on the system, on the drone. Okay? It's a flight is controlled. It can be done autonomously. Like sitting here, you can control the drone. That's thanks to artificial intelligence, machine learning, which has really made us to make it more autonomous. Of course, pilot is required at one place, but it can do without even intervention. Once if it is launched actually, okay, it can do autonomously. That I will come to that later. The term unmanned aircraft system emphasizes that importance of both element behind the aircraft itself. It is not only just vehicle. As I said, you also require a ground system. You also require a camera, the different types of instruments. Now, depending on the type of applications, you can always deploy different kinds of sensors or what you call as a payloads, an RGB camera or a thermal camera or microwave camera or altimeter. It can be anything. LiDAR, which is recently being used. All different kinds of cameras or what you call them as a payloads can be installed on those things depending on your use and applications. We call it as a use cases. Okay? The next one. Okay. See, you can just read out. There are different names for an unmanned aerial vehicle or aircrafts or a system or a vehicle. You can call it as a miniature robo, a flying machine. All that you can call different terminology, but it's all amounts to the drone. Correct? Different people, they use different terminology. Okay? If you look at the growth of technology, this technology, although from the drone is being used from 1950, World War I onwards, earlier a lot of development has happened actually along with the aircraft. But drone, the usage of drone, particularly in many countries, have started only about 5 years back. They realized that the drone can intelligently do whatever the work human being can do, and also in the places where it is very dangerous to go for the human being. That is the biggest advantage of the drone. Where you cannot go, volcano, if you want to have, map out the volcano, you cannot go there. See, in now actually, I think Indonesia, so much of volcano is happening. Correct? Are the floods which was happened about 3 years back in Markara or some other Western Ghat areas, they could able to give the pictures, clear pictures taken from the drone. That is the beauty of our drones. Okay? So the drone in the last 5 years has advanced significantly, making drones, of course, the drones earlier used to be very, very expensive. Like a mobile phone, like a mobile call, for example, in 2000, you used to pay 8 rupees or 9 rupees per minute. Today, it is almost free. It is because of the technological advances. Correct? Even the computer, which used to be, I used to see in 2000, 1990, a workstation which was occupying almost this room. Correct? But the speed was so low, even if you put some good images, it was taking 3 hours. Now you can do it on your on your mobile phone. That is the kind of a power which is happening, the technological revolutions which are happening. That has in turn triggered in the growth of the drone technology. Okay? In fact, most of the drones, let me emphasize that, they have been developed by students. In fact, today the DJI China, which dominates everywhere, including in USA, it was basically developed by students. Okay? Today, they are the best drones available. Of course, I am not promoting the China, but the kind of innovation which the students have done, I am sure we also have the potential. Our younger, I see a lot of youngsters, you should really look at how best you can do the improvement rather than just using it. That's why actually I was telling to Dr. Chintamani that you have a younger group. They should know how to improve and develop the best drone, because today the drone market is going to be huge. Let me tell you, you may not aware, the kind of, the people we require for the drone is huge. In the next 1 year, we require almost 1 lakh pilots. Today, in fact, actually, I went for the meeting, because we don't have pilots. We don't have pilots. And in the next 3 to 4 years, there could be a requirement of 5 lakhs drone pilots. It's not only pilots, even the people who have to, use the data and process it, analyze it, and give the information in near real time. See, if the flood has happened, if you give the data after 1 month, who will use it? It has to be real time, near real time. Correct? We need the data scientists, data engineers, team managers. And these drones can give you transparent data. real-time data, near real-time data, and what you can see on the ground. Drone can fly 5 feet, 10 feet, it can go up to 400 feet. That is the allowed limit in India today. It can go up to, the military aircraft can grow up to 30,000 feet. That's a different story. But the civilian drones, they are not allowed to fly beyond 400 feet, which I'll come to that later. Okay? There is a large number of different types of drones available. Again, I will tell you that different types of drones. In fact, Dr. Chintamani was mentioning the thrust, weight, gravity, and lift and all that. So depending on that, that basically defines the size, what size it has, what kind of a drone it is. So that depends. So in fact, what I must say that it produces incredibly wonderful data for you to know the natural resources or any kind of an applications about the earth. The limitations, are basically limited by our imagination. That is the kind of data it can give you. Okay? In fact, as Dr. Chintamani was mentioning, when you talk about drone, it has a different components. Okay? But basic minimum components I only try to say, you should have the navigation system. GPS. GPS is very essential because you want to know the position at every point. Latitude, longitude, and also the height. The GPS also can give you the altitude. Okay? Time it can give you. Okay? In fact, nowadays nobody believes you just take a photograph. They only believe you when you give the lat long. Otherwise, I will say 1,000 people have attended this workshop and take some photos and put it actually, collage it. If you give the latitude, longitude, time, place, then it becomes a pakka. That's where actually the drone is complementing along with the satellite data. Because satellite also is quite useful. We should use it as a supplement and complement along with the data because the satellites are orbiting from 700 kilometers from the earth ground, higher altitude. When you like a camera, if you take a close-up picture, you get a very detailed information. If you go up, actually you find larger area, but your pictures will keep diminishing. The same concept here also, like a photo. Of course, it could be a different way because here we are talking about digital thing, the reflection of the light which comes from that, and also some of the light which you would not have been able to see. That is called infrared, which you cannot see. The thermal or microwave, which you cannot see, can be seen. The invisible thing can be seen from the drone as a visible matter, visible product. Okay. So payloads, depending on your interest, you can have you can think of having a different kinds of the payloads. Programmable flight control. I said the drone can operate autonomously. That depends on the flight control. It's the art of the drone, where you program most of the things. Like a microprocessor. Okay, the more you program it with AI and based, it can be more autonomous. And the power distribution system, because it's a central power distribution system, it has to supply the power to various components of the drone. That's why we should have the power distribution system. Sometimes nowadays actually the flight control and power distribution, they make it in one board. Okay? And tools for autonomous, semi-autonomous drones. And also the drone can identify if there are any obstacles. The drone is flying, like coffee plantation, if you go, there are a lot of silver oaks actually in between. It can, see the obstacle and stop there. Doesn't go and crash it. Or if there is an undulating terrain, correct? Like if you want to meet 5 feet from the ground, yes, it automatically adjusts depending on the height of the topography. All that today is possible with the drone, and you can, depending on your application, you can have the different obstacle avoidance, radar topography, and the different sensors we was mentioning about the gyro, barometer, anemometer for seeing the wind speed, pressure, and other things actually. Okay, and also the transmitter which is on the ground. From where actually you launch the drone or control the drone, like he was mentioning about yeah, pitch, like taking a left turn, taking a right turn, taking a circle, or basically the pitch, yeah, and rho basically something like this, you know, like if you want to go left, you reduce the speed here, increase the speed here, okay, it will come down. You go up, like increase the speed here this side and reduce it here, and turn actually left or the right, all that, and circle it, all that can be done with the drone, and which is basically the transmitter, which has a joystick, you know, like a just simple joystick, but it requires an experience. You cannot fly just with 1 or 2, you know, handling of the transmitter. It requires minimum 3 days of experience actually, okay? So this is the typical, you know, you can keep on adding whatever kind of a sensors based on your requirement, but minimum requirements are these things actually. You can, it's all required. Okay, so what I would like to say, when I said drone or UAS, unmanned aircraft system or unmanned aerial system, the system is a better word because it encompasses several aspects. It is not only the vehicle which is going up, it also includes the payload, it also includes the ground-based stations. That's why the better term is the UAS, unmanned aerial systems. Okay, so it has an aircraft, the drone. There are different types of drones are there, flying drones, vertical takeoff, horizontal going, all that actually is possible, and the human intervention, human element, and this is basically a transmitter, what you basically, like a TV, you know, you can keep on changing the channels. Here you can keep on changing left, right, go up, go down, this kind of, go circle, all that can be done with this kind of a transmitter. It has a particular, you know, wave band. Using that actually you can able to do it. So typically this is how the drone looks. There are different types of drones, which I will come to that. It's a one typical example. Don't think that it's a final. I will come to that. Okay? See, like for example, it should have a link actually from the transmitter, Wi-Fi, or any other link actually, transmitter link actually, in a communication link. Command to command link actually be there. You're giving the link to the drone as well as getting the information, receiving the information from the drone to this. So it is being done actually with this. This how, whatever the camera you want, whatever the, you know, camera you put it on a satellite, you can put it on the drone. Only thing is some passive microwave sensor cannot be put it actually on this. You can put it, but only thing is the resolutions are that is very poor. That's why the passive microwave sensors are not being advised onto the drone. So depending on your applications, you can keep on changing the various kinds of a camera. And also you should have the good analytical capability, because the drone gives you so much of photography. Of course, today there are a lot of softwares are available wherein it can do the mosaicing, all that actually stitching and mosaicing can be done, and the data analysis you have to do with some software. There are different kinds of softwares are available today. In fact, there is also another industry. In fact, independently, a lot of people are working on the software development for analysis of the data. Okay, so today name anything, and the biggest application today in India is agriculture, because agriculture is the backbone of our country. Particularly crop spraying, like there are diseases. You want to know the health of the crop. You want to know how much is weed infested, how much is the pest affected, how much area crop has been grown, what stage the crop is. All that can be done using the drone. So name anything, rural and urban development, forest mapping, search and rescue, particularly during the disaster time, the search and rescue becomes an important aspect. Okay? This is how typically how the drone data looks like, what you see on the ground with our eyes. Of course, this is a picture I have just downloaded from the internet. It is not my property. Okay, just to create an awareness, I have taken this. I'm not doing illegal, just only to create an awareness. Okay, see how beautifully it can be. The drone can go near to the object. The beauty of that, the drone can go near to that, very close to that. If you few centimeters and take the picture. Okay? So if you want from 400 meters, yes, you can do it. If you want from 100 meters, 400 feet, not meter, 120 meter, 120 meter, or you want to do it from 6 feet, you can take it. That is the, you can keep changing the altitude variations of the drone based on your gyro control, which you have on the drone using the transmitter or autonomous. See, beautiful. It gives a wonderful picture, particularly the mangroves in the ocean, where you cannot so easily go there actually. Yeah? It gives beautiful, even the agriculture field, of course, this picture is little, even it can give you the centimeter accuracy of the topography. In fact, all of us in the urban area, we have the property card, exact length and width of our property. But in the villages, no. Now the government of India has taken up a project called Swamitwa. Under that, the rural house identity cards, property identity cards are being distributed. In fact, it has taken up for many districts, many states also. And now they are being, the property ID card are being given to the people. Okay, you may be knowing that. Yeah? Swamitwa. Swamitwa. Okay? Of course, Karnataka also being covered. I don't know how is being done. I know the status. It gives you the centimeter level of accuracy from the drone using, it's a sensor called LiDAR. So that you can do wonderful planning, monitoring, the management. Okay? All that can be done with the drone. See, flood affected areas, immediately you can say which are these areas, which are the houses are being drawn. Yes, I don't know the picture because I have not searched in the internet. It's all basically searched in the internet and taken actually. Okay, can you just put it? In fact, one important application of the drone is the agriculture, particularly the crop spraying. In fact, today the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and also the Ministry of Fertilizers have taken up in a very big way the drone applications. In fact, that's the reason I said by 2030, India is going to be a global hub, and we are going to be in terms of economy, global economy for the drone. India is going to be the prime leaders in this. Okay, so our own company, Multiplex, which is in Bangalore. Okay, they are doing a lot of drone crop spraying activities across Karnataka, and it can actually a lot of advantage with the drone, which I will not tell that because otherwise I will be taking somebody's talk. Actually, I will be covering on that. But certainly, I'm sure you will be able to know cross spraying. When you want to pesticide, you want to spray. What are the difficulties when you do it manually? While when you do it actually at the from some height without touching the objects, it's so easy. Even the RF chemical doesn't come to us. Even during the COVID time, the disinfectants, they did it using the drone. But any questions? Meanwhile, if you have any questions now, you can ask me. Yes, yeah, Multiplex actually, it is actually we manufacture the drones. We also sell the drones. We also recognize by the Government of India, the DGCA, the drone pilot training. We have our drone pilot training institute at Nelamangala. It's in the green zone, which I will come to that actually. I will be talking about that. In fact, we want to train large number of the pilots, or the data analysts. If any of you are interested, yes, see, look at, the cross spraying. We have done for the field crops, we have done for the plantation crops, orchards, and so on. It is more effective. Within 7 minutes, you can cover 1 acre of land with the drone. That is the kind of a speed we can achieve with the drone. Okay? we are actually right now in agriculture sector. We are also planning to move to other areas. In fact, we are also having a discussion with the NIL to get actually what is called fixed wing drones. I will come to that actually. They have agreed actually. The technology has not yet been transferred. Once the technology has been transferred, we might take up that actually. Okay. So this next one actually. Next. So anybody who are interested, even now actually, for example, some of you are interested as a drone pilot for few days, for 50 days or something like that, we can always take you. But the problem is actually, see, whatever the best learning you do, but we cannot give the certificate. It's only given by the DGC approved centers. Like you should do it actually for 5 days, 6 days. Then pass the exam, you have to get 75%. Then everything is through online. It's called Digital Sky. You have to apply through the Digital Sky. Yeah, Digital Sky. Then through Digital Sky only you get everything actually. Your certificate and all will be you can download it from that. But now don't attempt, because the Digital Sky, of course, is working. There are some issues. Like earlier, passport was essential. Now, many of the people, youngsters particularly, doesn't have the passport. That's why the government of India has removed the passport now. But still, the Digital Sky is not accepting because it has not been updated. I think there is some problem in it's a private platform actually. Yes. This is the most interesting question for you. Don't get surprised actually. Most of the drone pilot, RPTBO called actually, Remote Pilot Training Organization, they charge anywhere between 40,000 to 70,000. It's quite expensive now. But there are few organizations which they charge less also, but I don't want to get into that actually. Because the drone actually is very expensive, 7 to 8 lakhs. And we need to have a ground for flying. Like in Bangalore, having a big ground itself is a very expensive thing. You have to have the simulators and all that actually. That's the reason actually it's little expensive. But the government of India is planning several programs under the skill development. Under that, I'm sure they may offer you even, somebody said already before me. But they should have actually the ground 60 meter by 60 meter, 60 feet by 60 feet, small. And this comes in the red zone. Yes, red or yellow zone it comes actually. So again, there is another issue. Yeah, I'll come. In fact, if you go to the Digital Sky, I'll come to that actually, where every day they update it. Okay, there are some permanent. There are some places actually that DC might declare actually due to some functions or due to some other reasons. They keep on updating every day, and you get an interactive map, and wherein you can see that. In fact, actually, morning I wanted to tell that. In fact, where is Dr. Ramesh? Actually, in fact, we should have a drone policy for our own state. Under that, you can train large number of people. Like for example, Tamil Nadu, and for the skill development, the government has tied up with some schemes wherein they give money for skill development, because for our rural use, I don't think 40,000 rupees is not a small money. It should be done. Government institutions naturally less, yes. It depends. I don't know actually whether they have a RPTC, I don't RPTO or ATC may not have actually. They have no. There is a problem, as I said, the ground. This comes in the yellow zone. There are problems. Yeah, see, the government actually at any point of a time can take up. It's not that actually it can even give free. That's what I say under skill development. There are a lot of schemes actually where it is given free. Like the skill development, either Government of India, Government of Karnataka, there's Karnataka Skill Development Corporation. Similarly, there's a National Skill Development Corporation. Under that, there are several Section 8 companies like Agriculture Skill Council of India, Electronic Sector Skill Council of India. They all have the schemes for training the drone. In fact, yesterday I had a meeting with him actually, like Agriculture Skill Council of India. Okay, so there are some schemes which can be thought of, but certainly today many of the drone companies charge anywhere between 40,000 rupees to 70,000 rupees, 60,000 rupees. NSDC, National Skill Development Corporation. Council also is there, this is a corporation actually. Okay, so these are the advantage: cheap and cost effective, high spatial resolution, like even you can get centimeter accuracy from the drone. While satellite actually, best is what you can get is about 25 centimeter, but it is not really 25 centimeter accuracy. There could be a variation because depending on the topography of the land and the sensors movement, while in the air there could be a, as he said, pitch something, and the satellite would have actually fluctuated going up or down. That kind of problems are there. So we need to take care of all that. But since actually it is flying at the near to the ground level, there is no earth curvature effect. It's a small area. Okay, high accuracy. As I said, when the property cards are being distributed, imagine the kind of accuracy they are talking about. Otherwise, today in cities or even in the rural area, use accuracy. Property ID card. Property ID card. Okay, easier to deploy. If there was 6 days training program with 4 or 5 days of training, I'm sure you can fly the drone. There shouldn't be a big problem. Okay, even in fact, the Honorable Prime Minister has proposed to, in fact, has been approved recently in the cabinet to provide 15,000 drones for the women self-help groups in India in 2023, 24, and 24 and 25. Basically for the agriculture. And Honorable Prime Minister wants to see that actually, that every farm he wants to see the drones are being flown to collect the various kinds of information, to increase the crop yield and crop productivity, and know the crop status and all that, because every time we have been affected with the drought, floods, and so on in various regions. Okay, and also it is going to be precision, easy, and flexible to operate it, and no hindrance from clouds. Of course, if during rainy season and high winds you can not operate. If there are clouds, you can still operate it actually. Okay, but during high wind or rainy season, yes, no. A great tool for surveillance. Geofencing, like if you don't want to say, don't go to the airport, it will not go to the airport. This is all thanks to our engineers and scientists who have developed actually geofencing, so that you can define in the software that don't go to such particular areas, it will not go. Like military areas, airports, some of the strategic points. Okay? You can create a boundary in that so that it doesn't go to those areas which have been suggested. No, the drone itself will not flow. It will not go. Okay. See, the biggest advantage is that they have a multiple benefits. Unmanned, aircraft particularly have attracted a lot of attention recently because they are capable of doing the job that humans, find unsafe. In fact, I said wherever there is a dangerous, you can always deploy the drone. So that is the beauty of this. So aircrafts, I'm sure you're all aware actually. I'm also running late. Anything which uses the airspace, that's called the aircrafts. Either it could be a plane, or it could be a drone, or it could be even parachute, a glider, anything actually, even the balloon. Correct? Okay? So today, of course, I will not get into too much of that, but I will now come to the Director General of Civil Aviation, okay, DGCA. They are the one authorized agency to define all the regulations, update all the regulations in the country, which functions under the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India. Okay? So I think I have covered most of the thing. So they allow us to actually, in the green zone,
which I'll come to that, you don't have to ask the permission. Only in other places you have to ask the permissions. Okay? See, in fact, they have defined various categories of drones. I said small drones, big drones, different types of drones and all that actually. No? So they have categorized different kinds of categories, subcategories, okay? And they are like this: airplane, those who drones go like a airplane, they fly with a flying wings, or rotorcraft, you know, like propellers actually what he was showing, that Chintamani was showing with the propellers, basically an arm actually, okay? It's called rotor, okay? They are called rotorcraft. And hybrid, having both airplane and rotorcraft, they are called actually hybrid unmanned aircraft systems. Okay? They are the broader three categories. Under that actually there are subcategories. Remotely piloted aircraft system. Okay? Not much of autonomy. They are called remotely piloted aircraft system. Model remotely piloted aircraft system. Like if you want to do a research organization, academic institutions, for a research purpose, for design purpose, okay, they are called actually model remotely piloted aircraft system. There are different regulations for that actually. That's the reason actually they have made it right. And autonomous unmanned aircraft system. Now, lot of attentions are being given for the autonomous aircraft with the, you know, with a lot of developments in machine learning, artificial learning, data science, and so on. So what is, again there are different types of drones based on the size. Like a nano, less than 250 grams. In fact, I think 250 grams. You don't have to register for that. You can fly. You don't require the pilot certification also. But only thing is, we should not go beyond 15 meters or 50 feet. Otherwise, you are punishable. The moment you violate, you are punishable, and they can, you know, put a penalty something like 1 lakh rupees, up to 1 lakh rupees. Earlier it was very high, but now they revised to 1 lakh. So be careful on that actually. The second thing is micro drone. It's anywhere between 250 gram and up to 2 kg, equal to 2 kg. Okay, and registration is required. It can go up to 60 feet. Sorry, 60 meter, 200 feet. Okay, it can go up to 200 feet. No permits is required for recreational purposes. For any commercial purpose, you require permission. Only for recreational purpose, you don't require the permission. The small drone, in fact, today, most of the drones you see are basically in this category, these small drones, anywhere between 2 kg to 25 kgs. Okay, up to 25 kg, including all of weight, including your drone, cameras, all the sensors together, all of maximum weight we call it actually. With a gross weight you can always consider it actually. Okay, that should not be exceed 25 kgs. It can go up to 400 feet. Okay, and it can fly in the green zone without any difficulty. Okay, of course it should be operated only by the DGCA approved pilots. Otherwise, no. Okay. Then the medium drone, 25 kgs are equal to 150 kg. This also can go only up to 400 feet. This also requires a registration required. Only the approved pilots can be done. The pilots which have been approved for this cannot fly this. But sometimes you can have the, you know, permit for both. Depends on your training. Number of trainings will vary depending on the type of drone you would like to handle it. Yeah, driving license, correct. In fact, many of the, like insurance and all is like a vehicle insurance kind of a thing. Like third party insurance, all that kind is going to be there. Yeah, higher. No, nano you don't require actually. Small directly you can do it. Micro also it is basically for a recreation purpose you don't require it. Only for a commercial, yeah. But most of them, they go for, the small, medium, and the large. Okay, the medium is basically 25 to 150 kg, 400 feet only. Maximum is 400 feet. Okay, registration required, DGC approved, drone pilot for this particular purpose, who can fly the medium drone. DGCA, Government of India. There is a good question. You can't have cameras everywhere. See, it is basically the drone. When you purchase it, actually, you will have a particular UIN number, unique identification number, and also the serial number. You cannot buy the drone like when you purchase a car. You are going to have a registration, correct? Similarly, here you have to do the registration. The company has to do the registration, and also the corresponding serial number to be given. Then only you can sell the drone to you. Okay, and any damages happens, it happens. Not that actually whether I do it willingly or unwillingly, it's a fragile. Till it's a fragile, you have to inform the Government of India, because anything actually damages to the property, to the people, it is liable for prosecution. Okay, but something nobody sees, you are good. Like sometimes vehicle actually without registration also. These are laws. How best the implementation is one of the things. That's where we need to also have integrity in that. Okay, it's a good question. I am not denying that, but we should also develop our own integrity and respect our laws. And somebody sees, yes. Today you have every village actually divided by so many parties. They will go and inform. If you are in one particular party, other party will inform. So be aware, no need of camera. Geopolitical will influence. No, that can be done, but you should have a permission for all of that. See, there should be a permission on that actually. So you can fly large, small, and medium. Yes. I mean, they will issue. Like for example, for car actually, a heavy vehicle, like they will say actually you can drive lorry, you can drive bus and all that. Four-wheeler, something like that. Cost actually yes varies. It is not going to be. I mean, today most of the training institute which I am aware are into the small drone, and some of them have been recently got into the medium drone. Okay, the big drone still actually has not taken off in a bigger way. Okay, and today there are a lot of one of the biggest limitations in the drone technology is basically the battery, which gives the power for the lift. The duration is just only 10 to 15 minutes, depending on the weight of the drone and also the payload. So that is the biggest. See, the people that are now actually getting into gasoline, so 150 kg and all that. So still actually, I don't think, I have not come across anywhere actually where they have given the training program except in the government Air Force institutions actually. You are aware of anything on that, the big drone? See, still it is an evolving field. That's why I said the drone is an evolving field. Maybe there could be an organization, I don't deny that actually, but which I have not come across.
Medium drone license is sufficient also for it?
Medium drone?
License is sufficient?
Yeah. Okay. When you go for a medium, you have to pass the small. Then only you go for the medium. The large one actually. Medium, sorry. Okay. Medium, yeah, small, medium. Huh? Yeah, proceed. They are third only, they have to go. Then maybe a big also, actually you have to competing this also, they have to go for that. That could be. But right now, yes. Yeah. Yes. Okay, anything else? We have only registered up to small, our company, Multiplex RPTO, Remote Pilot Training Institution. Now actually, in fact there are rules for RPTO training, the ground should be so much, for a medium so much, for bigger one so much. So many trained instructors. The instructors actually, just because I'm a professor in some particular subject, I can't become a trainer. In fact, that's what I was telling to Dr. Chintamani. You are very good in the subject. You are one of the best professionals in that, but you cannot teach for the license persons actually. See, you will not get a license. That's the reason actually we are all teaching. Even I don't have license. Okay, so we have to go to the DGCA. See, for the remote pilot, we can give the license. For becoming a trainer, a trainer of the trainer, okay, train the trainer, your DGCA, like after taking actually the classes with wherever it has been recognized for a medium class, then you will have to go and give an interview with the DGCA. Then only there will give the permission. There are hierarchical structures in this. Okay. Anything else? Sir, I only mentioned actually this for civilian application. I don't want to get into the military and the terrorism because you are much better than me. You are seeing daily in the TVs, that anybody can. Yeah. Not. Yes, sir. 100%. Everywhere actually. Even in our own place, for example, border areas, they drop it actually sometimes. This all happens actually. Yeah. Shall I go to the next one? I joined this company about 4 or 5 months back actually. So I just only I go there actually, watch that actually, seeing the drone and all that. Particularly, I have done only the simulation actually. I myself have not taken because still I need some confidence actually. See, I am nearing almost 64. So after 65, they don't give permission. There's also age limit, Yeah, 18 years to 65 years. And also we should have, the health also should be good and all that actually. Yeah, that's true, but out of interest I can always do that actually. I will do it, but question is that actually our flying unit is in Nelamangala. So since I have joined very recently. No. I'm a new entry for this. In fact, in the beginning also I mentioned actually. But our people are very good in drone, flying. They have got almost 3-4 years of experience, and they do the craft spraying actually in many of the across Karnataka, even in the neighboring states also they have been doing it actually. That's what I said. However, we are good. We are not supposed to teach for the trainers, for giving a certificate. It has to be taught by only the trained people, which has been approved by the DGCA, DC recognized. They will also talk like this only.
There's only one organization.
No, sir, there are many. Today, there are 76 drone RPTOs providing the pilot training program. In Karnataka itself, we have 7. And those, if they train about 100 pilots, they can also become the trainers institution actually, registered by paying some, 100 rupees, 1,000 rupees, 1,000 rupees. Yeah? Okay, I'll go to the next one. So we have a small, nano, micro, small, medium, and large, depending on the type of size of the aircrafts, the drones. So most important drone rules is actually that, as I already mentioned, nano category need not be registered. You can fly, but only thing is don't go beyond 50 feet. Okay. A permit is required for commercial operation, drone operation. There is a pilot training license. Okay, it is called, remote pilot certification. Earlier it was called drone pilot certificate license. You require that. Without that, for a commercial purpose, you are not supposed to do it. In spite of that, you are one of the good pilots. In fact, when you are flying, you should have a visual line of contact. That means you are able to see the drone through your eyes. or what is called actually first, FPV actually, first person view. Like when when the drone is flying, you can able to see on the ground. Okay, so that's why it's called visual line of sight. That means it should be within your line of sight. You are able to see that, so that no accident happens, doesn't go on. See, sometimes it so happens it should not crash. It due to something, the motor failure or some other reason. And also the drone has a wonderful technology. If the battery power comes down, it comes back to the original place, or return to, or make it to land on particular place. That is also another wonderful facility. It has return to home. Okay, drones cannot fly more than 400 feet vertically. Okay, you are not allowed to do that actually. Drones cannot be flown in areas specified as no-fly zones, like all airports, military establishments, even in the urban areas, like Vidhan Soudha and this, even in the urban areas, without taking a permission. You can fly, but you have to take a permission. Like urban mapping, people are doing it because they have to take a permission. After the permission, you have to sensitize the people who are there and tell them not to be available in the vicinity of that. Of course, virtually you have to tell, whether they are doing it or not, virtually you have to tell them that don't be in this vicinity of sight. Okay? Depending on the height of the drone, you can say on such a meter, you are not supposed to be in the vicinity of the drone flying area. Okay? Yeah, I'll come to that. Okay, this is the one you are talking about actually. Okay, see, the entire country has been classified into the red zone up to 5 kilometers from airport to the up to 5 kilometers red zone. You are not supposed to fly unless otherwise you get a permission from them. The government can always do that for particular purpose. Okay, then comes to the yellow zone. Again, yellow zone, there are two areas from 5 kilometers, and 5 kilometers from this red zone to this 5 kilometers is again you are not supposed to fly. ATC approval is required. Okay, then up to 8 kilometers you can fly up to 200 feet, but permission is required from ATC. Okay, then the green zone beyond 12 kilometers, yes, you can fly. But also, it becomes the red zone, particularly all strategic points. Don't think it's only the airport. Even the international border, within 25 kilometers, you are not supposed to fly actually. Okay, territorial issues drop in actually. Border security, all that. So the entire area has been divided into the red zone, the yellow zone. Yellow zone actually again been classified into the internal actually 5 to 8 kilometers, about 3 kilometer buffer, and 8 to 12 kilometers. Okay, and the green zone. 90% of the area in India belongs to the green zone. You can fly, but only thing is 400 feet. Okay, so that's what actually. No permission required. Needs permit in the yellow zone, not allowed at all in the red zone. Government can do. You cannot question the government. They are the policy makers. With intention, they will be doing it for our safety. Okay, so this is how actually it's been done. Can you just put actually? Somebody was asking, how do I know whether it's a red zone, green zone, yellow zone, and all that? Or sometimes temporary zones also have been created. That, yeah. See, this is actually the map which is available actually. Okay, this is called digital sky map. Okay, there they update it actually. In fact, most of the thing you said interactive map, everything starting from if you are a manufacturer, if you are a distributor, if you want a pilot certification, if you want to register your drone, if you want to register as a trainer, the entire thing is available in the digital sky. There are 4 or 5 forms or 5 forms are there. You have to fill up those forms and enter into the digital sky. Okay. It's a very good interaction they have developed actually. Can you zoom it actually? Okay, this will give the entire, the area actually for the which area is actually. Further zoom it. Yes. See, they have classified the entire country into 3 zones based on that. Okay, next one. You can see it actually. Okay, the website, the address is. If you give Digital Sky platform, it will show you actually. Okay. I think I have already crossed my time limit. Some of them will. Yeah, next one. See, these drone rules, I have given a copy of that actually. It's one of the, yeah, you can always go through that actually, because it's one of the, it's all regulations, nothing technical thing actually. It's all there actually in that. Okay. Okay. See, this all again, testing of drones for issuance of type certificate. And the drones actually, even then if you manufacture it, it has to be certified by the DGCA. Then only you can distribute it. There are 2 things actually. Quality Council of India, they come and see, or they appoint a testing agency, authorized testing agency. They come see all the safety factor, endurance factor, environment factor, all that actually, because it has to work in all kinds of environment actually. So then only it will be recommended to the quality, we have to submit to the Quality Council of India, everything through online. Then the DGCA will give the permission. Yes, this 25 kg drone can be flown. For different categories of drone, you have to again go to that. There again, you have to define what is the flight control I have, what is the kind of a propeller I am going to use, all that. Because in case of drone, since it cannot fly for a longer distance, the weight is the most important thing actually. Okay? All basically they use carbon fiber for the propeller, for the arm and other things actually. Battery, today a lot of improvements are happening. Smart batteries are coming. Okay? So mandatory reporting of accidents. Whatever accidents happen, you have to inform to the DGCA within 48 hours. A remote piloting certificate. See, like this actually I was mentioning that you should have actually whoever wants actually you should have passed 10th standard with 50% of marks. You should be more than 18 years age and less than 65 years of age. You should also, passport earlier was compulsory, but now they have removed it. You have to give your Aadhaar card. And also now medical certificate, they don't insist, but there is a requirement of medical certificate. Yeah. All that, then only they issue that actually. So in case if you are violating the rules and regulations, they will put you penalty up to 1 lakh. Okay. This of course I have already explained about this one. The various kinds of drones depending on the size. Okay. The one which is being used in marriages for taking the photographs, or the one used for aerial photography, or identification of the crops, health of the crops, all that actually there are the different categories. It also depends on how many the propellers are there. These are actually basically the propellers, sorry. They are called propellers. Whether they have 3 propellers, 4 propellers, 6 propellers, 8 propellers, and also whether it's a fixed wing, no propellers, fixed wing, like an aeroplane. See, it can go for a longer distance. It can fly for about almost an hour. Even more than that depends on that. Okay, it's called fixed wing drones. It is called. There is no rotors. That propellers are not there. Only the wings. Even the single rotor helicopter, but single rotor cannot be used. There will be a tail actually. There will be a counterclockwise. Otherwise, it will fall down. So This is also there actually. And now actually new technology, like it can have a propeller so that it can take off vertically. The fixed wing actually, like in an aeroplane, it requires some ground actually to fly, to take off. Okay? In this case, VTOL, we call it hybrid vertical takeoff and landing, where it doesn't it can take off like a rotorcraft, vertical takeoff. The moment it takes up, it goes like a fixed wing, like an aeroplane, you know. And again, while landing, it uses the rotorcraft. Okay, so now the developments is more on this. Of course, there are different technologies are being used. In fact, NAL is also in the advanced stage of development of this VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing, and we are in the touch with them. Maybe we are also planning to take up that technology with us, with the multiplex group of technology, multiplex Drone Private Limited. Okay, so as I said, the rotors, even in there actually propellers, it can be 2, it can be 4, it can be 6, hexacopter, octacopter, quadcopter, tricopters, all that is being called actually. Like for example, this is tri, but mostly they go for quadcopter, 4 propellers, okay, and then comes to the hexacopter, 6 octacopter. So the weight is more, then you have to put the more propellers. It was morning it was mentioned that actually it requires more energy. Okay, so there are different types are there. This is also being used actually now. So the multi drones are the most common one actually for many of the applications that you are seeing. But for the cross spraying, in fact, they go for even 6, 8 because the weight of the payload is more. Correct? Because you have to put minimum 10 to 15 kgs of liquid or the other materials. I think over, no? Okay. So various kinds of technological developments are happening in the drone. Maybe what is today will maybe be different tomorrow. It means not tomorrow, means not just immediate tomorrow, maybe in few years. Okay. So drones, India, ensure that nano is controlled in airspace up to 50 feet. Okay. So obtain unique identification number. Any drone which you manufacture or which you purchase, you should have a unique identification number, UIN, like your ID card in the college, and also the serial number which is given by the manufacturer. Unique identification given by the and the digital sky map by the DGCA. Like every motor is being registered. Similarly this. Okay, you should also have a comprehensive insurance, third party insurance. Okay, then only the pilots only can operate it, and and ensure that drone is in good condition, because drone, as I said, it's a precise. Sometimes there could be, before flying, check the the drone in terms of whether the propellers are working, whether batteries have been put into in a proper place, whether the batteries are charged, all that actually, and what kind of a sensors you would like to have it actually, depending on your terrain or what kind of an applications you are doing it. Okay, and also keep any interference, because electromagnetic interference could be there actually. Sometimes this also has to be seen. That's why, of course, when the drone is being manufactured, all those interference are being checked. Assure that actually it doesn't interfere with the electrical or mobile signal or some other signals actually. Okay. Fly mainly during the daytime. Not that nighttime also not possible, but you cannot see these ones. There could be some kind of a lights could be put actually. We can fly in the night time also, but normally for a civil application, they don't recommend you to fly in the night. Try to fly actually in the daytime. Fly in a good weather, like heavy rain, high wind speed, no. Usually they recommend that 6 to 8 centimeter per second is the wind speed. Follow flying guidelines. Do your homework before spending considerable money on a drone. You should know all the rules and regulations. That's why I have circulated this actually if you are planning to buy a drone. And in fact, Government of India gives a lot of, I said, up to 10 lakhs they give incentives. For woman power actually they give more actually. We should also self-help groups. 15,000 drones are being given. Like you can buy a drone and become an entrepreneur. Okay, so that you can hire 1 or 2 pilots, do the crop space service actually in the villages, in the rural areas. See, it's a good opportunity, especially for the women. In fact, you should not afraid. Today, when they can drive the bigger vehicle, trucks, why you should afraid for the flying the drone, which is just only a joystick? You can do it. You can become an entrepreneur. You can give jobs for the people. You should use this best opportunity. Okay, and you can even rent it. Today, labor shortage is the biggest problem. You can overcome that with this kind of effort. So be aware of airspace restriction. Do stay away from the airports and helipads. Not supposed to go towards that side. If somebody says, "Sir, I saw the drone near Vidhan Saudha," either it could be illegal, or the government would have given permission. See, the possibilities are there actually. So respect the privacy of people. Like you should not take my home photo or somebody's land photo, because it's a privacy. It is respect. You should take permission from that. If you want to take the drone survey, you have to tell the Grama Panchayat, take the permission from BBC. Then only you can do it. Keep local police informed about your drone flying activity. If you are anytime taking the drone flying in any particular area. Don't fly nano drone above 50 feet from the ground. Never do that. Don't fly micro drone above 200 feet from the ground level for recreational purposes. If you are going for a commercial, again you have to have a drone pilot certification. Don't fly drones more than 400 feet. Don't fly a drone near the aircraft, manned or unmanned. Don't fly it because aircraft, if it is nearer, if it touches also, there are going to be severe consequences. That's the reason actually. Many times the drones have come nearer to the airplane. Don't fly drone over groups of people, because if it crashes, it will fall on them. We don't know, na? Keep them slightly away from the drone. There are regulations. How much actually? If you are 30 feet actually, see that actually around 30 feet circle, nobody should be there, actually, something like that. Okay? Don't fly the drone over the government facilities, military establishment and so on, private party. Don't fly it in a controlled airspace. Don't drop or carry hazardous material. Somebody was telling terrorist activity can be done. They have clearly said, don't fly drone for carrying hazardous material for terrorist activities and all that. Don't fly the drone from moving vehicle, ship or aircraft. Okay? I think with this actually I will conclude my talk. Maybe 5 minutes we can spend for any discussion. And I have given the drone rules and regulations. In fact, I have not covered everything. I have only covered some of the important aspects. And much before that, I wanted to give an introduction, because most of the training schools, they start with the drone rules. But people should know what is drone, how are being put into use, the different types of drone. Then only the rules can be understood. That's the reason actually I covered a little bit of the introduction and then went straight into the drone rules. So with this, I welcome any questions from you. Like for example, when there is a flood actually, okay, you can't go there actually. When the weather becomes slightly better, you can fly the drone and reach there actually, number one. Number two, like instead of carrying some dangerous material, you can carry food, especially during the COVID time, medicines were transported using drone. Okay, so carry the food. Like recently, in US there was a competition in academic institution where Ramaya students, they defined the drone, they manufactured the drone, and how to carry the water bottles and reach it to the flood affected area or some other areas actually, which they have done, and they got good prize also. So like that actually, you can keep on, we can approach most of the, for example, recently in Bangalore in some place actually, there was a, what is that actually, that animal? Leopard was seen actually, and they used drone for identification of that using thermal camera, because thermal camera during the night time also it can be seen. Correct? If animals are coming and entering into a farm, you can identify that actually. Yeah. In fact, it will be minimal, because the reason why actually, see, it is spraying from the top, and it is a uniform. Okay, so the entering into the soil is very less. It's more onto this. Unless backpack actually you spray, put it actually at the down, it can enter into the water and all that. While since it is spraying from the top, the amount of which is going to that is less. Number one. Number two, the concentration of that actually, okay, the kind of the amount of what you use actually on the backpack, the manual spraying, is quite high. The pesticides or insecticides or herbicides. While from the drone, since it is drying, spraying from the top, the concentration actually will be less. You can save actually the lot of even the chemicals actually. So finally, some amount will enter. There is no doubt. We cannot say it doesn't enter. It minimizes. It is less, and it doesn't actually affect you, because you are away from that. Like for example, in the autonomous kind of a thing, if you just give the 4 coordinates of your area, like 1 point here, 1 point there, 1 point here, 1 point there, it automatically does the flight planning, like which side I should go, come back, go in this way, and complete. Automatically it does actually. It's kind of autonomous flight, unmanned vehicle. That's what I mentioned to you.
Crops like mango or something where we are having the higher spacing. So ultimately, if you are spraying any pesticides using the drones, there will be more chances of getting soil health affected. So any field demonstration till now using this drone pesticide spraying in case of horticulture crops, and what is the effect on soil health?
See, actually, in fact, now the government of India has brought out the standard operating procedures. Correct? They have given the general guidelines. Many of the agriculture universities, including the Agriculture University, Bangalore, Dharwad, they have been asked to define what is the standard operating procedure. Like a particular, for example, you take an orchard, mango orchard, what should be the height? What should be the concentration? How it should be sprayed? Correct? All that is being done. Okay? See, drone rules basically made by whom? The government. The standard operating process, if it comes from the government only, is acceptable for the people. But no doubt, a lot of private companies also have done. Even I asked the same question, our people said, sir, we have done. We have done for the mangoes, we have done for the coconut plantations, we have done for the aracanut, we have done for the cotton, we have done for the tur dal, we have done for groundnut, we have also done for the paddy and all that. Both the field crop, orchard crop, plantation crops, it has been done. In my view, or in my opinion, the amount of getting into this soil will be minimized with this. Okay, and orchard also. So, for example, if it is in the row, you can always actually define the the drone such a way that it only covers the orchards, not the empty field. In fact, in Netherlands, where is Srinivas? In Netherlands, they have also able to identify the weeds actually which are growing in the field using the drone. because when you have a particular row crop, in between there are vegetation, if there are vegetation, it's basically the weeds. So see, this are all actually, it's an evolving field. Lot of research is happening, but ultimately the rules have to come from the mouth of the government, then only it's acceptable. Okay, so these standard operating procedures for spraying, cross spraying for different crops. Yes. Yes, yes, possible. In fact, actually, even the granular also can be done actually for any of the crops. Actually, it can be done. We have also developed a granular drone and also the fog kind of a thing. Like fog star it is called actually, particularly for where there is a lot of drainages. If you want to spray it actually, and during that also it can be done actually. That. See, I understood actually your question. 25 kg drone, which I mentioned, the small category, can carry up to 10 kg. 10 kg is enough for 1 acre of land. So you are taken care, number one. If it is less than that actually, again there are 5 kg drones are available, 5 kg payload drones. So, but it is not economical. So 10 see, you can always go actually do it for, see it is depends on the type of drone you are trying to employ it actually. Like for example, if you are going for a slightly bigger one, you can spray for larger area. But why actually 10 kg we have concentrated? Because as you said, our lands are highly fragmented. Most of the land holdings are 1 acre, 2 acres, such kind of a thing, so that it can be done easily. And we have to change the battery after every 10 minutes of endurance. We call it as an endurance. Yeah, this FAO, farmers, yeah, the government gives 75% subsidy for them, for purchase of drones. There are a lot of schemes in India. See, now a lot of emphasis are being given for the drone, you know. In fact, some of the states might even give the extra subsidy for them. In fact, there was a move in government of Karnataka also to provide, in addition to, like for example, agriculture graduate, you can get 50% subsidy. FAO, you can get 75%. If it is for the research purpose, agriculture university, research institution, up to 10 lakh. Okay, maximum limit is 10 lakh. For women, up to I think 50%. I think so. Okay, see there are, and under the Prime Minister's scheme actually under the self-help groups is 10 lakh to they are going to give 15,000 drones. In fact, now the biggest problem them actually to finding the pilots. In fact, other day the government of India reviewed us actually. How many people you can train, the pilots, in the next 1 year, 2 years. In fact, we are planning to have regional centers for training, like one in at the division wise we want to have, so that train more number of people. Like yesterday, and I was discussing with the National Skill Council of India, Agricultural Skill Council of India, I was mentioning that let us have for 10 people should be trained in each district. So they need not have to travel also, because the drone is quite heavy. You require you have to have a driver, you have to have the drone, you have to have the pilot, you have to have the batteries. Batteries are also quite heavy, 1, 2, 3 kgs. You need to have 6 batteries, because you have to charge them, use it. Then once it is done, again you have to charge them and use it. People are traveling from Bangalore, you have to have the accommodation, food, all that actually. It is becoming costly. That's why I said it's an evolving field. We need to really look at how best we can bring down the cost and make it affordable for the farmers in the coming year. That's what actually we need to really drive in, particularly the youngsters. In fact, a lot of people who are engineers, who are who are masters, they have gone into the entrepreneurship. In fact, I proposed to the Agriculture University in one of the meetings that many of the students who doesn't get a job, let him become an agriculture entrepreneur. Like he was mentioning actually, what should be the height, what should be the kind of a concentration. See, they can always, being an agriculture graduate, you can know about what type of diseases, what kind of things should be given, because even the pathogens or even the pesticides, the type of pesticides may vary, the type of pathogens may vary, and with year to year the number of incidents of diseases are increasing in the agricultural field, like for what we are getting, like humans are also getting the similar kind of diseases nowadays actually. So all that, as an agri doctor, you can do much better. As an urban entrepreneur sitting in your place, you can employ the people, and you can do this. We charge almost 650 rupees per day, per acre, sorry. And and we have the experience of covering almost 50 acres per day. Okay, so ours is a fragmented land. That's the reason actually we have gone for the 25 liter kind of system.
One last thing. Talking about the private sector and startup companies entering into what are the opportunities that are still not being filled, like the gap that the government is still expecting the private sector to enter into?
See, in fact, actually, the startups up to in 2021, there are only 150 startups. Okay, today, in fact, as per the 2022 report, I found out that there are 252 startups. Nearly almost 37.5% of startups have come up. Okay, still actually the startups, I don't say they are all doing well, because this evolving technology, we have to create an awareness for the people. We have to create an opportunities for the people. Okay, there are some companies are doing well, and you are working in front of the established people, established companies. So that's what actually in fact in my inaugural also I wanted to tell Dr. Ramesh that we should have our own policy to encourage the startup, like what we are doing it in IT, giving incentives up to 25 lakhs. Okay, in fact, when I was the special secretary in the government, there was a move to develop actually what is called the drone policy, and also establishment of a drone corporation. Like some of the states have already established the drone corporation. In fact, I think the AP government must be having this drone corporation. On the lines of that, we also wanted to do. But somewhere the government is working on that, but it should come out with a policy, like an IT policy. It should also encourage for the drone policy, an exclusive drone policy, where incentives are to be given to the startup. Like for example, if you are competing with the big companies, you don't have to give actually the advance money for that, or deposit EMI actually. What is that actually? EMB need not be given. Something like that. They should make it. Okay. Thank you very much. Wonderful interaction I had. Very nice. Thank you so much. Pen drive tagalla?
I would like to thank Dr. Onnegoda sir immensely for this very scholastic and informative talk on basics of drones. In fact, this is the basics of drones. Still 10 talks are there on various applications of drone. You can have many more questions. And in fact, in Karnataka, drone technology was introduced under the guidance of Dr. Onnegoda sir. And now it's being taken up by State Remote Sensing Center, which is next to us. Whenever you want, you can visit there also. Some of the students from remote sensing also have joined for this workshop. We can interact with them. With this, we are very thankful to you for your patience, and in 20 minutes you have to have your lunch and come back, because the next resource person is already ready with his PPT. So after this, again 2 more talks are there by an expert from State Remote Sensing Center. So be fast. Thank you.